Good morning, and welcome to the second annual Shared Futures, the AI Forum. Our program will begin in just a few moments. Please find your seats in the stage room. Today's agenda can be found via the QR code on the back of your name badge. Please welcome to the stage Sinead Beauville, Strategic Foresight Advisor at Way.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. It is such a privilege to be able to kick off Shared Futures with you today, and the agenda ahead is really exciting, and I'm looking forward to jumping in on that side. My name is Sinead Beauville, and I am a futurist, which means I can't predict the future at all. And I know my slides are titled Technology, Humanity, and the Road Ahead, but I'm actually going to send us into the past for a little bit to see if history can tell us anything about the shape of what might be coming next. And I want to start with a question. Why is it when we think about writing, right, one of humanity's great inventions, and the ways in which it transformed our world, our history, how we relate to one another, ourselves, our childhood, that we think of names like this, right? Lao Tzu, Shakespeare, James Baldwin. If you're a history buff, you'll probably recognize the name in the top left, who historians believe was one of humanity's first authors thousands of years ago. And I could have had many more slides of these types of names. Why do we think of these people when we think about the invention of writing, and we don't think about accounting? And I don't work for the IRS, I promise. But this is why writing was invented. And not just once, multiple places independently throughout the world, writing was invented for accounting, right? As a database to keep track, to tell us what we owned, what we owed, right? What we valued, and what we exchanged. But it wasn't until writing entered the hands of the philosopher, the poet, the storyteller, the word we would eventually call the author, that writing began to tell us something else. It started to tell us what we feared and what we loved, what we believed, what we imagined, and what we wanted to be remembered for. The artist teaches us how to see ourselves through the technologies that we invent, right? Artists look at a technical capability, and they think about it through a cultural question. Right? What new types of memories, imagination, feeling can be made possible with this technology that were impossible before? And we see this time and time again, right? The study of art and the history of art is also the history of technology. They are inextricably linked, an artist and their tools, right? It's a symbiotic relationship. You can look at the history of technology and you can see what civilization needed, what they were trying to make possible. And you can look at the history of art and you can come to see how we came to recognize ourselves in what became possible. But the transformation I'm interested in is when a technology arrives, it arrives with an assignment, right? A certain language, whether that's to count, to store, to transfer, to analyze, to generate. But artists don't accept that original assignment. They pose a new set of questions, right? What type of human experience can move through this technology? What else can this technology hold? And they develop a new language unique to that technology. And we see this time and time again. Who recognizes this device? A few hands, great. This is what Thomas Edison would have called an apparatus for recording and repurposing the human voice, also known as the phonograph. And his vision for this device, it should be no surprise, we're going to start to see a trend here, was for the business world. And he thought that this would be a way to record dictations in the office, or whatever they would have called it then. And then some secondary markets, maybe we could have dolls that speak, we could record the voices of dying loved ones. He had music somewhere up there, but didn't really see that that's where this is going to end up. The problem was it was a terrible business device. Businesses refused to lease it. It was really finicky. The audio was terrible. So all of the entrepreneurs that went on to found phonograph companies had to pivot. Most went bankrupt, but a few pivoted. One in particular, Louis Glass. He started to outfit the phonograph with a little coin machine, and the nickel and slot was born. And if you happened to be lucky to be at a bar where this machine existed, you could put in 5 cents and you could listen to what was recorded for it. The challenge is what was recorded for it was very limited, right? You might hear some people whistling, some marching band, some spoken word, but you couldn't just listen to music. Why? This wasn't music's natural form, right? This wasn't music's natural language. It had all sorts of technical constraints. It could only be 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Prior to that, songs could unfold however long the musician believed the ballad needed to unfold over. It couldn't be too high or too low in the pitch because it would distort the audio. And up until that point, music had never been decoupled from the musician. It was one. Music was live, right? It was participatory. It was for churches and streets and venues. The artist and the music were together. So this posed a unique artistic challenge. How do you create intimacy through a machine? And do we see any parallels in the moment we're in today? That was a question before the musician. How do you make somebody feel something in 3 minutes and 20 seconds? And how do you make somebody feel something when for the first time, you won't be there as they're experiencing it? What type of art is that? And musicians answered this not by simply repurposing live music or by cutting a ballad in half, but by inventing a new language for recorded sound, the recorded song. It was intimate, compressed, repeatable, and most importantly, built to live beyond the room in which it was made. And we're not confined to these constraints anymore, but we still oblige by them, right? Because the 3 minute and 20 second form factor became one of the most compelling forms in our modern culture. And the final example I'm going to give before we head to the present and then the future is the motion picture camera, what we came to call the video camera. And this one might actually be my favorite. When you read the historical records of what this technology was invented for and what they imagined, right? The inventors, the entrepreneurs, it was one of historical documentation. We could finally, for the first time, record reality. This would be a new way to record history. There were some aspects of entertainment that they envisioned, such as this image, and this is actually one of the most iconic. This was a turning point in the world of what became film. These were images of people leaving a factory. They turned it into motion. People got to come and watch that. They saw it as a miracle. I think today we would see this as surveillance. But at the time, this was a miracle. And then they thought another form factor could be we could record live plays. But that's not what the artists did. Artists invented a new language for the camera, what we came to call movies, right? A new type of perspective, a new type of script, new types of roles, the rise of the cinematographer. So where are we in this moment? Artificial intelligence, at least in its latest form, has arrived largely again through the language of work, the business. We hear a lot about efficiency, productivity, what this means for the future of the company. Is there a future of the company? We also, of course, hear from the scientists and the technologies what this technology will mean, or technologists, what this technology will mean for science, for societal capacity, for our civilizational capacity, right? The same types of questions we've heard before. But we know now, if history tells us anything, that there's another transformation underway, and one that may ultimately be the transformation that society comes to remember. And think about how extraordinary this is, right? All of the ways we talk about AI today, what it is, what it isn't, what it's going to bring us, what it could take from us. And there's this parallel world where artists are inventing a new language for this technology that may be the defining way that we come to see ourselves in this technology. In the same way, we see ourselves through literature when we think about writing, not accounting. And we're starting to see the signals of this today, right? Artists exploring with this technology, stretching it, redefining it on their own terms, and we'll see many examples of that today. But if we know, historically, that the inventions of technology also lead to a new type of artist, right? We have the author, the playwright, the painter, director, the musician, photographer, cinematographer. What type of artist might AI invent? And so if we want to understand where the future is going, follow the artist, right? That is the direction that humanity follows. And as a futurist, I can't predict exactly where we end up and exactly where this goes, but I can tell you where I think we are. The camera has been invented. Movies have not. Thank you so much and enjoy the day.
If you would like to see additional content throughout the day, follow us at Aspen Digital Program and at PJMFDN on Instagram. And now, please welcome our host for the day, Vivian Schiller, Vice President and Executive Director of Aspen Digital, and Vilas Starr, President of the Patrick J. McGovern Foundation.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for being here. My name is, well, you just heard. My name is Vivian Schiller. I'm with the Aspen Institute. We are so happy to have you here for our second annual Shared Futures, the AI Forum. We're going to spend the day celebrating the artists, musicians, scientists, brilliant thinkers, and visionaries and historians like Sinead, and how they use technology to bring their creative vision to life. Now, you may have noticed, but AI has been a little bit of a dirty word in some corners lately. We've seen booing at graduations, protests around data centers, and it's completely understandable. I get it, because it can feel sometimes like AI is something that is being done to us and not with us, that it is happening without our consent and without our control. But it's for that very reason that we decided to start Shared Futures as an idea a year ago. Because AI is not just about the big tech companies, and it's not just about wealth and stealing people's intellectual property and all that stuff. It is also about a set of incredible tools that we can use to manifest our own creative vision. And in fact, so many people are doing that today. All of the people that you're going to see on stage today, not one of them is a victim of AI. They are rather masters of their art. And they show us what an incredibly powerful and exciting set of tools AI can be. So just a few items of housekeeping. If you, oh, I'm not wearing my badge because they made me take it off. But on the back side of your badge is a QR code where you can see the latest agenda. By the way, I saw a lot of people walking around with their QR code facing out, so you want to flip that baby around. We're going to have breaks. We've got wonderful food and beverages for you. Apologies that you can't bring the food in here, so you can please enjoy it outside, but you know, we will have those breaks. So that's the housekeeping for today. I want to get over to back to the good stuff, but first, part of the good stuff is to introduce my partner in crime. Well, it's not crime. Partner in celebration of AI.
Dave's young.
I know, in all things. Vilas Starr, who is the president of the Patrick J. McGovern Foundation. The McGovern Foundation and the Aspen Institute are partners in this endeavor, and one of the things that I love about Vilas and the entire McGovern Foundation, there are many of them here today, is that they are incredible champions of AI in service to the public. And they also bring a great joy and an optimism that is infectious. It has been infectious to our whole team and to me. So with that, I am turning the proverbial mic over to you, Vilas.
Thank you so much, Vivian, and good morning, everyone. We didn't plan this, but it's a perfect segue. I want to start the day with a little bit of joy and gratitude. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank all of the incredible folks that have put this day together for us, our teams at Aspen Digital and at the Foundation, but also everybody here at the Time Center, the union laborers that have come together to build this, our AV folks, our incredible caterers, everybody who's come together. Let's give them all a huge round of applause, please. Thank you so much. You know, my remarks will follow a little bit of Vivian's, and I want to acknowledge the moment we're in. You know, it sometimes feels like a deeply unsettling time. And Vivian's spoken to this. We should bring it in this room. It's a time when we feel like technology is going so fast that I often feel like I'm being watched, that these tools are being built in ways that don't necessarily have my interests at heart. I'm worried if we're going to be replaced before we're seen, before we're understood, before we as humans know what's happening. It's a moment that I think as we talk to people all across the country and across the world, people are deeply uncertain. But there's something really beautiful about us as people. What do we do when we're uncertain? Well, sure, sometimes we go to lectures and go to conferences, but I think more profoundly, more personally, what do we actually do? We sing, we write poetry, we create art. We come together to express ourselves, to put structure around fear, to turn confusion into rhythm, to build beauty that brings us together and turns loneliness into community. I think it's a funny thing for us to stand here and introduce a forum to you, and the tagline is an AI forum. But as I often say, AI is the perfect Trojan horse, because today is not about AI. It's about us. It's about the incredible creators that you will see coming out here on stage, who have built things that take all of that uncertainty and fear and confusion and make it into something that's about us as a shared story. And I have to tell you, this is one of the favorite things I get to do every year with my dear friend Vivian, with our incredible team, because today is not really a conference, and it's not about presenters on stage. It's about performances that will bring us all into a story that we'll tell together. There are people in this room that I think could give us the description of an LLM in exquisite detail and show us how it works. There are people in this room that with a single line of poetry or a single bar of music could make us feel a grief, an ecstasy, a joy that to this day no LLM can describe. It's a place for us to have a conversation about that and to figure out what will shape. Here's my last frame for us, that creation, the idea of building art, isn't an act of technology. It's not an act of communication. It's an act of love. And I think if we hold that together today, we're going to have a really fantastic time together. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Vivian. I'm excited for the day ahead. Please.
Next up, please welcome Kelly Besh, multidisciplinary artist at Gelsomia Studios.
Hi, everyone. As it said, I'm Kelly Besh. I'm an artist and world builder who collaborates with AI. You just saw a brief glimpse into one of my worlds. The music and visuals I'll show you today are all short clips from longer works that I've done, which were all co-created with AI. I'm here to talk about my journey as an artist with using AI as a creative tool. And personally, I think what AI can do for art is unlimited. And this next piece is called The Impossible, and it shows off a little of the strange surrealism that I'm drawn to with AI.
The day dissolves its heavy shape. I let the logic fall away. A sudden perfume in the cold. A story that was never told. I do not turn the other way. I let the strange drips off of the skin to let the fluid hour in.
It's a little scary these days standing up in front of people talking about this subject. Whether we admit it or not, some of us have been feeling a bit uneasy lately about the conversation around AI and creativity. They say you're not a true artist if you use AI, but I beg to differ. To me, it's an incredible new art form, but it needs to be guided by human feeling and human creativity. In this next piece, I tried to capture some of that feeling with the visuals and music. It's called Beautiful Pink Heart.
One by one, we drift away. Distant voices fade away. All these rooms, they rearrange. She told me you always want to change. Oh, and I got no direction. Oh, and I got no control. And I got nothing to prove. I said I don't care, so I'm not looking back. She said the thing with you is you fade to black. I said pull up all my thoughts and see I've got a beautiful pink heart. And that's when I recognize myself. And that's when I recognize myself.
To know the creator's journey is to understand that some of us are constantly reinventing ourselves. Creativity has ebbed and flowed through my life through painting, fashion, film, graphic design, video editing. And once I discovered AI, I quickly realized I was about to reinvent myself yet again. I became obsessed. I worked as a graphic designer all day, and then I stayed up late at night creating with AI, and I knew this was going to be a big deal. And the designers I worked with were all afraid of it, and many of my creative friends still are. But I felt there was a way that I could incorporate the AI into my art, not replace it. It actually makes me feel more creative. And I chose not to follow fear, or I wouldn't be standing here today if I did. I chose curiosity. My first AI milestone was the day I made some AI birds. And this was over 2 years ago, and generative AI was still fairly new, and not everyone had seen it. And people from around the world thought that these birds were real, and it went viral. And it got 24 million views, and it kickstarted my social media following. Sometimes my work starts with play, and sometimes it starts with a feeling, anxiety, sadness, joy. And sometimes it's a thought I wake up with or a memory I can't stop returning to. And that's where I begin. And then I bring that feeling into the work, and the AI responds to it. This next piece had its own viral moment where 200,000 creators made their own songs their own content using my songs. It's called Beautiful, Beautiful Things.
I was rushing through the morning gray on just another random day. I picked a dandelion from the ground, and the world stopped spinning around while the clouds drew pictures in blue. Trees whispered the whole way through. I tried to keep a steady pace, but the sunlight held me in place. I just love the beautiful things, the painted sky, that evening breeze. I keep staying, I'll be there by 10. Then the sunset changes my plans again. I just love the beautiful things.
I forgot to mention that the bird video actually got 24 million views on TikTok, and this one got about 26 million views across platforms from that song. Every video I make has an original song that I write lyrics for and co-create the instrumentation with AI. I make 2 to 3 videos a week, and the music track is all built from the same feeling that this image started from. Suno's part of that process, Midjourney, Nano Banana, Pika, VO3. It's all one world. When people hear AI artists, they picture someone who types a sentence into a machine and then thinks they walk away with a masterpiece. And that's hardly the case. This is the most demanding practice that I've ever had because the tool responds entirely to what I bring to it. My taste, my intention, my willingness to reject, iterate, go deeper, or to pull it back. Think about a camera. A camera is a miracle of engineering, but that doesn't make someone a photographer. Knowing what to point it at and why, that's the human work. That's irreplaceable. The artist is still in the room, and the artist has to be in the room, and because without her, it's just noise. This next clip is that's about that specific sting of being unheard until your exact words come out of someone else's mouth, a dynamic that a lot of women can recognize in particular. This is called From My Mouth to Yours.
I let it fall between us both, a line I didn't try to keep. It slipped out gently from my mouth and landed somewhere at your feet. It lingered there, untouched, unseen, a passing thought, a minor thing, the kind that doesn't make a sound unless it finds a voice to bring. I've watched this kind of moment disappear, then reappear, move from my mouth to yours, so quietly I missed.
Here's what happened since I began working at the intersection of art and AI. A main stage TED Talk, a solo exhibition at W1 Curates in London, an installation at Fotografiska in Stockholm, inclusion in a show at the Busan Museum in South Korea, and here, standing with you. And this next one still stops me, a record deal with Network Music Group. And I want to linger on this one for a minute because I'm a visual artist, and I was making music because I felt every video deserved its own heartbeat. But Network saw the potential in this new kind of visual audio experience and signed me. And now over 100 million streams later and 500 million social views, here I am. And these things didn't happen despite AI or because of it. It happened through it. Because a human with a clear vision and a willingness to lead with joy was driving the whole thing. AI didn't take opportunities from me. It created ones that had no prior path. The door to a record deal for an artist like me didn't exist a few years ago, and it opened because I stayed in the room. This next clip is just an example of how to have a little fun with AI. It shows off a bit of my love for fashion and dance. It's called You Can Get It. Oh, sorry. I guess that one didn't make it, so sorry. I want to go back to that feeling of unease some of us are carrying. It isn't about just the technology. It's about being challenged to get incredibly clear on what makes us uniquely human. Your specific way of seeing a room, your empathy, your taste. These aren't soft skills anymore. They are the whole thing. In a world of algorithms, your lived experience is your edge. Because art that moves people starts from an artist who is already moved. This next clip is about empathy, and I hope it makes a comeback soon.
I've always been soft-hearted. That's just who I am. If you wanna be my friend, you know I'll be good to you. I offer peace to every soul, to make the broken spirits whole. The good I did in years gone by is a silver lining in my sky.
This technology is completely empty without your specific lived experience to guide it. The tools will keep evolving, but don't let that make you different. Lean into it. Let the technology do what it does best so you can do what only you can do. Because no matter how advanced the software gets, the work only matters if the artist is in the room, still in the room. And this last clip is about people who just love to talk, so I'm going to talk. Thank you so much. Please note that various agendas are making presentations with flashcards and quick animation. If you are sensitive to these, please feel free to step away from the break. Now it's your time to create. Please welcome the winners, AI storyteller, filmmaker, and comedian, Zach, AI, and McGovern.
That's me. What's up, y'all? Hi, my name is Tim Maloney, and I'm supposed to be walking around the day. So, okay, so, salutations. Man, so this is me. Well, that's me. Being honest, I go by most of a lot of different titles, including AI storyteller, filmmaker, author, but I'm maybe they call myself a curious doer. And for those that don't know what a curious doer is, that's someone that gets very curious about a thing and then does the thing. And that's essentially what I do. I don't ask for permission. I don't even ask for forgiveness anymore. It's amazing. Life's been good. But that's my story. 20 years ago, just really quick, I'm a comedian turned AI storyteller. So I was, regular comedian trying to go through the normal trials and tribulations of being a comedian, and being a comedian, doing open mics, and just, trying to break through the industry. And, get into a writer's program, was really excited about it. I was like, we're going to break through and get a TV writer, and organize celebrities, it's going to be amazing. And then the writer's strike happened, and all that got shut down, right? And I was really confused about what am I supposed to do? Couldn't even list the managers, and then I started listening to AI tools. So I started making videos. I started getting into the platform, people were starting to like my content, and then I was nervous, right? Because the writer strike was probably caused because of AI, and all my friends were anti-AI. We were group chat. I was on ChatGPT, and they were just ChatGPT stuff, these prompts though, they're it's amazing. So I remember sitting in my room one day, and I was thinking, man, I'm going to slap out anything. I love this AI stuff, and people something like myself. So I remember sitting in my room, and I looked at all the tests that I got from the WGA, and it was zero. So I was just you know what? I'm going to lean into this AI stuff. And then I just started making videos. Every week I was making videos, and eventually the whole Kindred and Dresby happened, and I made this song called BB Dresby, and it went viral. And we got to become the first AI sample song in music history, and then the rest is history. So, I got a couple things that I wanted to say with my principle of being a curious doer. Maybe you guys can become that as well. Number one is don't be bored. This is very important. Don't be lame. Don't ever be lame in life, right? And the easiest way to not be boring is get curious. Be curious about something, things, right? Get interested in people and places, right? That's all I do. I got very curious about AI, and then I started messing around with it. Number two, choose fun always. Always choose fun, right? That kind of goes with being boring, but it's just do that thing that brings you passion, that makes you light up inside. For me, it's creating. I love creating community, like bringing people together, and I love training. Like those things are fun for me. And the last thing is do the human good, right? You guys familiar with G.I. Joe? You guys heard of G.I. Joe? Right? G.I. Joe is an amazing show. The problem with G.I. Joe was that every episode, it was like, no one is half the battle. And every episode, I was like, what is the other half? Like, why did you guys change the other half here? You did. No one's been half the battle because every show is crazy. So, it's a silly show. I'm like, what do you guys do? What do you like this? Anyway, the other half, I came to find out, is deepen. So you know and then you do, right? So that's what it is, like doing the human doing. You have to shift your mindset from just being like, I'm just going to do things. And that's what I do. I just do things constantly. And then sometimes they end up being done. So today, we use AI to have fun. You guys ready to do some of that? You don't even know what you're not going to do it, you don't even know what I'm talking about. Okay, so what we're going to do is, we're going to make a song together, an AI song. You guys want to do that? I just really like you. Come on now, we make it. Now I'm talking to you. Don't just think like, oh, this is like your moment. It's fun. Okay. I hope you guys are happy to get on the stage together. Okay, so what I'm going to do is participation in the class. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type some lyrics, and then from there, we're going to generate a song. So I'm going to just make a song about, we're going to talk about Aspen Digital. Right? Okay, we all know, right? No? The next? What you guys, okay, Aspen Digital. So, you need a bar from somebody. This is your chance to actually, I know some of you guys want to be rappers for your whole life. This is an opportunity to spit about. So we're going to go around, I can start out, and then we'll give like, we'll pass the mic, and everybody can drop some like, we're going to do like 4 bars. So, let's start with, Dope. Okay, moving on. Who else is? Everybody, okay. And then we got somebody with that. Marketing memory hook. Hey, tomorrow, let's go. Look at that. Marketing, right? I think, it's dope. I mean, we hope. Ooh. Alright, cool. Next one. Trying to impact here because moment was got me filled with hope. So can you paragraph with the previous? Got me filled with hope. Are you going to add something else to that? Got it. It was intended as the second one. Well, you did that. You know, you want that in there. It's your line. It's your line. Yeah. Cool. Who's next? Yeah.
Information so we can cook.
Okay. Both you guys are poets. Listen, hold on. Aspen. Okay. Information. Okay. So we can cope. Okay. Who else? Yeah, you can switch over. I'm putting it on.
Can't forget about perfect in the bedroom, Paula.
MCG. Oh, okay, fine. Okay. Okay. I like that. Yes. You got to put them, okay.
Possibilities are endless.
Okay. All right, well, we're not running anymore, so we're going to run. But that's okay. People, old people, possibility.
About we're just passengers, question mark? No.
Okay. What was the last? The people possibilities are endless. Let's do two more bars and we'll do the chorus.
We're just passengers, question mark? No.
Okay.
I went back to the writing. When they come together, they do good like we all should.
Say that one more time.
When they come together, they do good like we all should.
Okay, all right. And then we're going to record. They do good like they all should. Okay. Let's do a chorus now. Opportunity to look up the super good. All right. What do you want the chorus to be?
AI filling the lines we broke.
AI filling the lines we broke. Okay. All right, we have some other hand here that put in the lines we broke. Okay.
This is requires a question time with McGovern. You can put it wherever you want.
Okay.
Uniting artists, doers, and lovers.
Okay. So after McGovern?
But you can put it wherever you want.
Yeah, I like that. After McGovern, uniting artists. Doers. I love it. I think you did it. Yeah. We made it perfect. Okay, yeah, you got a little bit. Use the chorus. We're the chorus now.
We're not going to chorus yet. Yeah. So let's break on the AI first.
Ooh. Okay, I was that. There we go. We can both go.
Let's break up AI first.
Okay. Let's take two more lines.
Aspen Digital, how do you go?
Oh, you got to pop your collar for that one. Aspen Digital. And then, we'll do one more. I like that one too, actually.
Implementing AI to start the code.
Implementing AI. To what now? Despite the code. Okay. That is the news. I'm gonna double this up. I can do that later. So, now here's the fun part, guys. We get to pick the type of style we want. You guys know that. All right. What type of style do you want?
Afrobeat.
Afrobeat. All right. You need to talk about Afrobeat. What else? Huh? Neo soul. What else? Jazz. Let's get an instrument in there. You said punk rock? Instrument. Saxophone. What more? Bass guitar. Okay. All right. Y'all ready? Well, this is terrible. Remember, you made it. Not me. Okay. All right. improving it. I'm not really trying. We got Larry. Yeah, they get a few votes right. Here we go. What was my list? Man, that was a lot of fun. Hope you guys had a good time. My name's King Wonder. Thank you for having me.
Next up, please welcome our Clinical Research, Co-Creator of Food for Life with Disease, and Albert Helfer, Interim Executive Director of the Children's Coalition on Digital.
Like that. Give yourselves a round of applause, everybody. I want to thank Vivian and Lance, the whole team that put this together. Kelly, Melodious, way to open it up. We've had both of them on our Life with Machine show, and it's like, it's lovely to see the ability of a crowd to put mediocre lyrics into slightly above average. They were slightly above mediocre. I would think that whatever is mid is slightly above mediocre. Mid is slightly above mediocre. Ted and I are here, honestly, because it's Trevor Noah. This is the truth. He's not a dad. I'm just saying that but we didn't meet working for him at the Daily Show over 10 years ago. And we hadn't really reconnected. And so I was in a movie theater with my wife and her parents watching the AI guy. And I saw Ted Naiman on the credits as the principal producer. And I reached out and learned that you're now the interim executive director of the Creators Coalition on AI. We didn't say it's true so well. And that really lines up with how we at Life with Machines feel about this beautiful, awkward, chaotic moment. That we're trying to help people figure out how to live well with technology and not just enjoy it. And so when we started having these conversations, I was blown away by what Creators Coalition is doing with collectives of creators to face this moment together. And having been here before, I share futures that this is a room that needs to hear, be a part of what you are doing and what we are doing to advance creativity, agency, in the interest of the public and in the interest of all of our creativity. So thank you for being here with us. You want to say some words to the people if I lied about anything or left something out?
Nothing is untrue, but one thing I do want to point out is that we both come from a comedy background, and I am now the executive director of a nonprofit called the Creators Coalition. It's not a comedy-based nonprofit. However, I do think that comedy is one of the most important tools that humanity has ever invented to make the world a better place, to fight hypocrisy, etc. As I said, I may joke around. However, I take our mission very seriously, but I understand that growth is a choice we make, and that we can do in everything we're doing, especially the most serious things. And also, I'm going to talk quickly, because we have 14 minutes and 35 seconds to conquer an enormous subject. We did get it all done. Yes, we'll definitely
definitely saw it. It was good. It was good. And we're going to put this out on the Life with Machines podcast and newsletter, so if you missed something because you were talking speed. So, the only podcast you have to do it 0.5 speed as opposed to slow it down. Yeah, that's right. I think what strikes me is that so much of this moment is focused on the individual, even the individual creator and what they can do. And what y'all are up to is really collectives of creative people and what they can do together. And there's this message of inevitability that is associated with what's going to happen. Despite Sinead's excellent humility and saying she doesn't know what's going to happen, the industry has a particular thing that they want to happen, and there's an inevitability.
Yeah, I think when I talk about us solving the actual problem, I do think at the beginning the solution is quite simple, and then we're part of the starting race to top. It begins with us projecting the narrative that this is inevitable, the future is inevitable. It's not inevitable. We decide. However, there is a tremendous incentive in the people who are trying to roll out the technology to convince you of that. Neurophysiologically, when you are put in a position where you have your choices removed, your amygdala upregulation, your default mode network, and the prefrontal cortex downregulates, and you are finding yourself in a state you can't be creative. And when we reject the notion that the future is inevitable and we reclaim our agency, you understand those choices. And history, with the deployment of any technology, we have determined the way that those technologies go. And so I would make the claim that it is a scientifically proven fact that any time that you choose to be creative, you are choosing an active environment. And that's extraordinarily important. Yeah. I'll also try to say the future is not inevitable. We will die 7 or more times, but in advertising the world definition, you hear this message 7 times over. Keep limiting me on. And pair with that user agency. Yeah. That's part of the job. And again, Sinead, credit to you for a great opening on what the role of the artist is to help us make sense of where we are. Agency is a slippery word. It's often presented at us in the individual sense. You can do more stuff. Yeah. But what is missing is the second dimension of power. And power means choice, means control, and means community. That we have a choice over what we use or whether we use anything at all, that we have control of our representation in the environment, and that we have community, that we're doing these things together, we're figuring it out together. What does that agency look like as you are working across this existing industry of creative people to create this one? Yeah, so I mean, this is going back. The first coalition I already started with Daniel Kwan, who was created, he was the director and co-writer of Everything Everywhere All at Once. He came home on from Sweden to the content about 15 years ago. He invited me to be a producer on the Got. I used to be a happy comedy television director producer, and now I'm making happier executive director of this nonprofit. No one's ever said that. No, the original human census. Yeah, it's the whole notion that basically behind the Creators Coalition was if we can design the first cross-industry term for standards and definitions and how some public and new media wants to adapt AI tools and services to our community, we will be basically steering the car as opposed to being divided and conquered the way that, for example, the taxi industry was with Uber. That if we can circle the wagon, we can determine amongst ourselves, even traditionally adversarial groups, how we want the technology to be applied, then we will be exercising self-determination. And that's something that, because the car industry, by and large, is the canary in the coal mine. Our IP is very, very valuable. The capabilities of these tools and services are at a point where people who are funding it can be convinced that they can displace the entire human labor. But we are choosing to basically make our demands in the way that we want to apply tools clear. Because if we can do that, then we can paint a very, very clear picture of what this looks like when it goes well. And Daniel Kwan is this great place. We're trying to force a collaboration between our industry and the way the learning is forced to collaboration with you. Exactly. You know, you're thinking about the and the thing I always like to say is, like, there's a tremendous profit incentive to do that. Because if you are the company, in a country where AI with lower approval ratings than us, if you are the company that decides you want to collaborate with artists to build an equitable node that incorporates consent, compensation, and transparency in how these tools are developed and how artists can use them, you win. So who is CCS? Numbers, I'll give you a sense of what you've learned about your members we're authoring and shaping the finished mechanisms are informed by the people actually doing the work. So one of the first things we did is what we call the physics floor assembly. And some things of you know what Polish is. This is okay. Golden in there. All of that was the hometown class. So Polish is basically it's a way of doing essentially a survey, but it uses a really simple machine learning algorithm that essentially is the opposite of the social media algorithm. So instead of amplifying the most divisive voices and polarizing people, it first sorts people into divergent groups, and then it searches for what are these groups that are otherwise completely different have in common? What do they share together? It's called group-informed consensus. So we pulled 700 people participated in our first poll. People voted over 40,000 times across statements. You see a statement that you can either agree, disagree, or cast if you're not sure. And what became clear is that our constituents were divided into two main groups: cautious practitioners and people who are experiencing other harms. And one of the most surprising findings is that in the entirety of the body of people who voted, only 14% of people were against all uses of AI. And this was surprising because the loudest voices were new announced, so the choosing of being sellouts and trying to figure out a way to apply the technology, etc. The most divisive voices are loud because that's what the social media algorithm works. But what we found is that people do want to figure out a way, an equitable way to apply the technology to what they do, and that they believe that's possible. So that's sort of, from here, we're basically, there's so many different things we're doing. But yeah, so the next bullet that we're doing is to engage each of these different professional classes. We divided the entire industry into 11 different blocks: performers, writers, even studios that are traditionally necessary from labor, bringing everyone together and asking them the next poll to be basically what are the past, present, future harms that you can envision with AI, the past, present, future benefits, and also what about your work you want to make sure that you carry forward. And so all of that will be sourced, and we'll find a consensus among these groups. We'll understand where we are, and then we'll allow that to inform the values that we want to declare to these people who are building it. This is what we care about. And actually, this is actually scientifically backed. We've actually done the research, and I'm not a statistician. I'm a storyteller. But the fact that these tools exist and we can use them to build consensus and to reveal consensus we didn't even know was there, that's not the joy.
Thank you. Please, I'm going to make you clap for that because it's incredible. As a creator myself, as someone who's hosted shows or written books and had those books ingested after the same non-consensually, I'm complicit in some things that I didn't choose. I also believe not just in technology. I believe in Earth. I believe in people. And I believe in our capacity to make decisions together. And so it really moves me to see folks committed to creativity. We made a livelihood out of being creative. We've created so many stories that we all know and inform the tools that many of us are starting to use now, also form the power. And do so in a small, democratic way. And then they're using technology, from AI technology to machine learning technology, to coordinate that power. So you describe for a moment the power of, I think you glossed over, and I want to pause on standards and definitions. Because what Ted said is that they're organizing and coming to consensus and agreement across different parts of the industry to define what's human-generated and what's AI-generated, what's in between. Why does that matter?
Yeah, so Dan Kwan described this to me initially as a kind of a battle problem. It's different. If you read the Pope's encyclical, it's a banger.
The book about the Pope is very AI-generated. Literally capitalism. Very risky.
So the notion is, and you've seen this play out, and when you sort of mention AI, it becomes a thing that causes a very, very instinctive and high-amplitude emotional reaction to it. When we actually are able to define what we mean and have a shared language around AI, then we can actually have a conversation. Because we have to do that. The film we made, the AI background between the top options, I think the most important line from that film is fundamentally this is not a question about AI specifically. It's a question of how do we build a society that can coexist with stronger technology. If we don't only can have stronger technology. And the answer to that is coordination. The first step in coordination is having a shared language. So the reason why we're focusing on the definition side of these standards and definitions is if we understand that when we're talking about John, the future's not inevitable. That's three. I've got to really catch up. I'll repeat it one more time. Yeah, the future's not inevitable. We decide. And so that's the definition side. It's first creating our shared language. And then on the standard side, it's what are our values? And being able to agree with the two main rubrics that we have in the framework are initially what are the things that are replacing human labor? Because that's just a good thing to generally know. And then the second part is what are the places where it will increase and decrease human agency? The founding principle of CCI was the technology should exist to empower them to live in other places. And I think that it's so unbelievable. There's so many different places we can go. I want to also just mention, I'm not sure if I mentioned this, that the future is not inevitable, we decide. But when you were creating that query, I'm not sure how many people show hands intentionally bought a blood company for their engagement? Nobody does, but we're going to have to admit it. I hope one person in the back stands up. When clarity is created through the way that you see the fashion is being played out, and you understand the enormous amount of waste that goes into fast fashion, like we can see the industry and how it changes, but it only comes through first creating a sense of agency and clarity. We need to understand how these tools work. Another confidential source I developed inside from another major lab pointed out that right now 90% of the conversation is spent on persuasion, and 10% is spent on education. Where if we put that, a lot of the arguments would take care of themselves. And that comes through having really, really challenging conversations, asking difficult questions, but we must first educate ourselves on the subject before we can actually work. So that's, the long answer is definition of the future is not inevitable. I tend to agree with you that the future is not inevitable. And that we decide. And I think in my own storytelling journey through the past couple of years with AI, I have found an insatiable desire from people to do the right thing. Yes. Like, no one wants to buy the blood diamond. It's one dude, 50 dude. So, generally speaking, and then I also feel pressure. Yes. As an artist myself, to do the right thing. And I feel a responsibility for choices I didn't make. Yes. Right? Like, I want to create some cool art. I want to enhance this. I don't want to be responsible for choices that an investor made to me or that a staff has no relationship with me. And so to create a new option out of this feels like the right way because I think most people here today want to make that choice. Correct. And that's the notion of the same definition framework is that we're constantly evolving. The evolving the speed of the technology, both in terms of having a board of governors that sort of looks at it from the technical side, and also consistently having these signatory assemblies where we are participating in ongoing conversations with we're basically doing these things as a starting in fall, pulling in representative samples of every single different professional bucket of the industry, and just listening to their experiences, including them being the ones who are commenting on the standards that were developed by the experts. There will be a constant flow, a constant iteration, because the speed of the technology is going to go into increase. And to that point, community. There are very few people on Earth who want to be collaborative. Unfortunately, because of the nature of the way the society works currently, most people often are the ones who are in well because they decided that they want to deviate from social norms. They want to deviate, and there's enormous incentives in that. So we, as people who are seeking community, who are seeking consensus, we can be the ones who are determining the way that the technology is being developed, and that's where you actually have power. Yeah. And this is not just creators in the entertainment industry today. I think the other layer that excites me, and that's just the life of machine thing, is that every sector of society is affected, has great opportunity, and a lot of risk associated with this moment. And so we're going to be teaming up more to tell the story of what CCAI is doing, because we think it's a template. You guys are canaries in the coal mine? Yes. So the documentary was supposed to take 8 months, or 2.5 years, and that's a long time. I did not want to continue this life going down this road, but when Dan Kwan rolled out the plan for CCAI for me, it was, one, the only plan I'd ever heard about how that could work, and then the part that I think they just alluded to is, that because we're the canaries in the coal mine, if we can prove this work, and it requires your help as well, then we can open source this blueprint of coordinating within your own industry, deciding what your values are, and signaling that to people who are building the tools, so that way there can be a truckers coalition on AI, and a nurses coalition on AI, and a attorneys coalition on AI. things need to do because we are the experts. We know the values within our society, and oftentimes the toolmakers want to do the right thing, but nobody's painted that clear picture of it. So that is really our goal with the Grace Coalition. And our goal is to help tell that story and to recruit more folks here to do that with us. So if you're interested in supporting that kind of narrative, that kind of story of people, their power, creativity, defining the future that we want, holler at us, please. And I guess if you would take one last thing to the group chat, the future, it's not inevitable, but who decides it? We decide. We decide. You can find us at witnessmedia.media, very short list, thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage the leader, Vice President and Executive Director of the Aspen Institute.
Hello again, everybody. I hope you had a good time. Experiencing all this amazing creativity, which AI has helped boost, not just the creativity of people who are on stage, but your creativity as we learn from that amazing form. So we have many more artists to come. But one of the things that's very important as we experience this day is not just what the creators and the artists in this room, how they're using AI, how they're thinking about AI, like we just heard from Ted and Bartunde, but also what does the public think? So we're very lucky that Pew Research Center has just come out with a new survey. In fact, it's being released today on the stage. That helps to shine a light on how Americans are thinking about AI, their attitudes about AI in their lives, and particularly young people. And so we're going to take a moment to see that, some of the highlights of that research, and then we're going to get back to our artists. So to present that research, we're pleased to have Managing Director of the Pew Research Center, Monica Anderson. Come on up, Monica. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I am so excited to be here with y'all today and walk you through some of the work that us data nerds at Pew have been up to. So we have been asking the public, teenagers, even experts, how they're using AI and what they think about it. And I'm also going to be sharing some of the new findings from a report that we released just this morning. But before we really dive into the AI story, I do want to take a little trip down memory lane. So 30 years ago, Pew Research Center first asked a simple question. Do you ever use the internet? Back then, only 14% of Americans said that they ever went online. And so we've been able to track internet use from this very niche activity, so now it's practically universal and second nature. Then there was a massive shift towards mobile technology and smartphones. I think we're pretty clear that everyone today has one in their pocket or in their purse, but back in the early 2010s, only about a third of U.S. adults have one of these devices. So we've seen that explosion there as well. And then there was the rise of social media. We started out as a great way for college friends to keep up with what we were doing, to now being used by the majority of Americans for all sorts of things, from getting news to shopping to trolling or whatever you want to do on social media. And so these three, internet, mobile, and social, make up what we call the big three tech revolutions, and AI represents the fourth. But AI is even more unique, more transformative. It's also even sometimes invisible, but it's just as fast moving. The report that we released today, one of our key findings is that today about half of U.S. adults say that they ever use chatbots, and that is nearly a 20 percentage point jump in just the past 2 years. A big thing going into this work is we want to make sure that we weren't just understanding the growth of use, but when people are using chatbots, what are we actually using it for? And there's two things that stood out to us that top right with. One is searching for information, and the other is for work. About 4 in 10 Americans are using chatbots for those purposes. A smaller share of Americans, about a
quarter or less are using it for things like fun or entertainment, for creating or editing things, or even getting medical advice. And a small portion of the population are using it in more personal ways. Still, 1 in 10 Americans tell us that they use chatbots for emotional support or advice, and 4% are using it for companionship. What we've seen in our work as well is that people are getting a lot of personal value when it comes to using chatbots. So let's take productivity. 30% of Americans say that they've used chatbots that it helps with their productivity, which is much higher than those who say it's been harmful. And these views also feel more positive when asked about how informed they are their creativity. So more people say that it's going to help than a hindrance. But we also know that AI is more than just chatbots. It's all around us, even in our search results. So if you were to Google what is Pew Research Center, you're going to get the summary page. In our report, we see that a majority of Americans, so 50%, say they are reading these types of AI-generated search centers. And people are also turning to AI to do things like track their steps or keeping up with their text messages. Nearly 40% say they have a smartwatch, and many people are incorporating AI-enabled devices into their homes. With smart speakers being one of the most common ways, but people also tell us that they have things like smart doorbells or even robot vacuums. So this is a story where AI is really being integrated into all aspects of people's lives, from how they're consuming information to how they're even doing their chores. And we've also been able to track the fact that AI has now become a household name. So nearly all Americans have heard at least something about AI, and the share who say they've heard a lot has jumped from 26% in 2022 to steadily increasing over the years, and now nearly half of Americans fall into this high awareness category. But as awareness has grown around AI, so has concerns. Back in 2021, we first asked the public whether or not they were more concerned, more excited, or an equal mix of both around AI. Back then, just over a third of the public fell into this more concerned category, while nearly 20% said that they were more enthusiastic about this, and the rest fell into this equally concerned and excited. Now, when we re-asked this question a year later, we got pretty similar results, but look at what happens in 2023. The share of the public who said that they were more concerned about the increased use of AI jumped double digits to 52%, and it's remained at this high level since then. And we see this across all demographic groups, regardless of age, race, gender, or color. A couple of years ago, we also had a unique opportunity to survey AI experts. So these are people who work or study in the field of AI. And what we found is that there is a big enthusiasm gap between these experts and everyday Americans. And these numbers, as you can see, are pretty much reversed. So nearly half of AI experts say that they're more excited about the increased use of AI, while far fewer, 15%, fall into that more concerned category. Now, getting back to the general public, when we think about what may be driving these concerns, there's a couple things that come out in our work. Some is around misinformation, with lack of agency, data privacy. But one of the things we've seen throughout the work that we've done is this idea that AI is going to lead to job loss and more unemployment. In fact, 2/3 of Americans believe AI is going to lead to fewer jobs in the U.S. over the next 20 years. And picking up on some of the big headlines around younger people and their anxiety around AI, we can see that coming out in our data as well. So here, about half of 18 to 29-year-olds say that they think AI is going to lead to negative impact on society, and that number is much higher than those in older age groups. And so this represents a really interesting paradox where younger people are adopting these tools at their rate, They're typically the ones that are most familiar, but they're also the most concerned about what it's going to do to both society and their own lives. So we know that this is a story that is about rapid adoption, growing awareness. We do see spots where people think these schools are great for their productivity and for their creativity, but we also see a lot of skepticism and concern. But there are some pockets of optimism when you drill down into specific sectors. And so we asked the public to predict which areas would they be most positive about in terms of AI's impact. And I'm curious, if you could guess what areas you think the public would be most positive in terms of AI's impact. Now, I can start with what they were not. Relationships, elections, and the news. These three represent the areas that people were most concerned about AI's influence on. About half of Americans predict AI is going to have a negative impact on these three. Now, views also tilt more negative than positive when asked about other areas, albeit not as dramatically. But we see views are more negative when it comes to AI's impact on the environment, arts, economy, jobs, and education. So, what's left? Bingo. So the only area in which the public views tilt more positive than negative on this question is in medical care. 44% of U.S. adults believe AI will have a positive impact on medical and health over the next 20 years, which is much higher than the share who say they will have a negative one. And now, I think it's only fitting to wrap up by sharing our findings from our surveys of teens. We know that teens are often on the forefront of adopting new technologies, and AI is no different. And it has a lot of implications for the way that teens learn, future job opportunities, and also socialization. But unlike adults, teens' views actually put more positive than negative. So just over a third of teenagers tell us that they think AI is going to have a positive impact on their lives, which is much higher than those who say that it's going to have a negative one. And the views also put more positive than negative when asked about AI's impact on society. And in our survey, we gave teens a chance to explain in their own words why they feel this way. So for those teens who think that AI is going to have a negative impact, and questions like this. People will be afraid to be creative or want to be administrated anymore, and makes people lazy and takes away their life. Now, but for the share of teens, which is more common, that say that AI is actually going to be a good thing for society, a lot of their responses revolve around the idea is that AI is going to make life better, it's going to lead to greater efficiency, and that it's simply the future. And I'm going to leave you with one final key perspective. Artificial intelligence will be able to be a force multiplier in terms of efficiency and accuracy. Everyone's going to have to know how to use AI, or they'll be left behind. So that wraps up some of our high-level findings that we've been doing at SEE. Our ethos is to truly understand how AI is impacting society. You have to ask people and listen to them. And so our new report can be accessed here, and I'm looking forward to connecting with folks throughout the day. Thank you so much.
Check one, two, 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 check one, two. Check one, two, 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 check.
Welcome back, everyone. Our reminder throughout the day is that presentations are copyrights and click energy. If needed, please feel free to step out into the lobby for a break. Please welcome to the stage creative technologist and musician, Megan Page.
Hey everybody, how's everyone doing after the break? Good? Okay, that's cool, but a bit louder. There we go. My name is Monday. Pleasure to be here. New York has a piece in my heart, I'll be honest. Ever since I was a kid, I always wanted to be in New York, do a stage like this in New York. I remember coming in 2009 and seeing about Sunday on stage at another event, and it's quite awesome to just be amongst these great people on the billing for that, and thank you to Aspen Digital and McGovern Foundation for making it all happen. So, I'm Manon. You must be known as me. Dave is my last name, believe it or not. I get a lot of high days, especially from the US. So, yeah, if you catch me later, hit me with a high day, and I know you're paying attention to this, obviously. Yeah, I can describe myself as a creative technologist and a musician. I write songs. These are some of the folks that I've written songs with, I've been lucky enough to work with. I don't think any of them are currently cancelled, but if they are, then please let me know, and I'll amend the slide later. My parents still think I'm working at IT, actually. That's something I can't describe what I do working for yourself. I'm not myself, I'm not a personal stage. And some of that journey has led me to work with, honestly, there's some things that growing up where I grew up, I could have only have dreamt of. I know that there's a season and undercurrent that seems to be popping today about the folk. So I actually was invited, this was completely unplanned by the way, but I was invited to speak at the Vatican recently with the late folk or for the late folk and the cardinals there who organised this event. To understand the role of human creativity in AI, and more generally, I think my calling is less about AI and more about just always interweaving technology as almost a means for me to kind of explore my creativity and artistry as somebody who frankly wasn't and really isn't that skilled in any one particular area of creativity or art. I'm not great at running around, I'm a very average musician, definitely can't dance. But I've always wanted to make music, but that's always been my kind of goal and my hope in life is that I get to create. And then that love for creativity spread across different spectrums from design to hardware engineering. I'm going to kind of, if you like, to give a little bit of an insight as to what technology at large, and now especially with AI, can do for people like me who are curious or are imaginative and just want an opportunity to participate in what it feels like is really reserved for the uber talented and many of whom you'll see on stage today. So it's a real pleasure to be here, but also to kind of reflect on the journey of having worked with some of these amazing bands and people. And one of the highlights of this honestly was being able to record a song with Steve Coogan, as you saw in my mum's garden, which is where we'll get to in a second. But this is where I grew up. The UK was called a council estate, which sounds like living a real home. But it's your projects, I guess we put it here. I don't think I can see it on the screen, but the Y in Yikes is my house. That's where I grew up. This is in North London. There's the white picket fencing where I live, and this kid called David who lived opposite, and there's another kid who used to come play football. He used to live in our part, but a bit further out. His family was from Syria, and the reason why that's kind of relevant is it was one of these projects that there weren't many black and brown folks, so about 12 families and tens of thousands actually. So you kind of just knew who everybody was, but it's not like we were friends or anything, but we just kind of knew where each other were and played football sometimes from this green patch, which is basically the only green patch and block. We were doing that before, and what was going on inside the home really was just massive nerding out and exploration of the stuff, if you think about it this way, with the best UX on the planet, like things that have already been perfected when it comes to storytelling and call it user experience and workflow. The stuff that we kind of consume as kids is very much like product design, right? It's like really built for our consumption. folks like playing around and such. I'm a football fan of Manchester United, if anybody is a fan here, and throw out the booze if you're a Hilldowners fan. You guys got the World Cup, so we've got to go get clued up if you don't know what I'm talking about. And in the spirit of cultural exchange, I had a really bad babysitter. Not that kind of bad before the millennial, who just was playing hip-hop music. And I just grew up on hip-hop music, especially with like East Coast, West Coast stuff. And then obviously the Wu-Tang Clan was like, which I really, really loved and grew up on, and became a big part of my life. And so that inspiration of pop culture and design and storytelling, and for me, music, became the goal. Now, you can imagine age 16 when I went to my dad and I said, like, okay, I found this course, higher education course, with engineering in the title. It's called sound engineering. And we're going to go and pursue it and it's going to be fantastic. And we sort of just waited, for me to finish and just said, okay, I'll tell you what, if you can, I'll buy you a guitar and if you can play it at the local train station and earn enough money to pay the rent, you can do whatever the heck you like. So I went to Kingston University to study software engineering at university. And I started my career as a software engineer. I was just making beats in the dorm room, right, and just like uploading stuff to MySpace and landing a couple of cool projects on MySpace as well, believe it or not. But my first real job was in behavioral retargeting, which is basically stalking you on the internet and putting ads on YouTube, right? And so I was building a lot of those early algorithms and ad tech. I only went into advertising because it sounded remotely more creative than fintech. And so I was just in there trying to like make cool stuff within that framework. And for those of you who know this, you'll know that around 2012, the EU cookie law happened, which is like we accept and reject cookies in the browser. And like basically the whole thing kind of collapsed a lot. And I just needed to cleanse my soul. So I moved to Berlin, great place to do that. And I just wanted to get into it's the epicenter of the music tech space in Europe. And there was this thing, I don't even know what this is. Have you guys ever seen it? Okay, cool. So the Aspen Institute was like my dream instrument because I couldn't play anything very well, couldn't read or write music, and all of the music I listened to, a lot of hip-hop music was made on this device. But it was like public brand in the UK at the time. And so there's a company called Native Instruments in Berlin who were making a lot of software at the time. And I basically went in there, I managed to like apply for a job, went in there and I almost begged them to give me the job. And my pitch was basically, I couldn't afford your instrument. I've illegally downloaded every one of your pieces of software and I have mastered it and I know exactly the workflow that will work for that this person like me in Berlin. And this thing the Aspen Institute, of course, is familiar with. And I think they just took a punt on me, maybe sort of cheap enough and serious enough to come and take the job. And I designed this thing called Machine with Native Instruments, which ended up, the first time I saw this in the wild was COVID, so I ended up seeing Chris Martin from Coldplay, I think on like the Tonight Show or something, had it on a stand, and it wasn't even friendly, it was like a light show for the audience, watching that yellow. So it was really crazy to see how wide it spread and how it sort of changed the sound of music for a little period of time, right? There's this guy 40 or no Sadiq who makes sort of breaks music. You see it sort of there inside there. I'm not sure if it's all true. Keith Tucker used it, I'm pretty sure he did a lot of the album on it. We've got some similar sound, we played it in his Say Something video. And I came back to the UK and started thinking about the next challenge, which was I have this cool thing now that works how BNPP works, but I come from an Indian and African family, we listen to a lot of expressive music, and I was into jazz, and I was discovering the samples and everything. And there's a layer of expression that you cannot get out of in practical instruments, like this microtonal music, there's a violinist, I think on stage later, and you can't replicate that without those kind of human elements, cluster, and if you're singing, for example, you can sing between the notes. And so I designed this instrument, you can find a company called Roli, which is basically using the geography of the piano, finding a way to allow you to bend a note within the middle of a chord. And that might be super technical, but there's musicians amongst us who know what I mean when a violinist plays vibrato, or when a saxophonist can kind of sustain a note over time. You could do all of that in the geography of this. And to me, it was just like a way to get not music to sound a bit expressive, And when somebody from the States of Mona, which I thought was a Pokemon, took her and said, hey, we'd love you to kind of demonstrate this, and they wanted to put it in the collection, which I thought was cool, like compilation album or something. And so, growing up where I grew up, I didn't know what Mona was. But what I did know was RZA from Wu-Tang kind of using this. So I was like, this is all from come to New York, and we're going to try and get this in front of RZA and spend some time with him. And then somebody called us and said, oh, there's a really big show called La La Land, and we need to teach Ryan Gosling how to play this song so we can play it in the film. And so that happened, and then he was like, oh man, this whole like music sex thing might actually work out. And after that, Apple wanted us to help people learn how to make music with GarageBand. So then, like, they put this in every Apple store in the world. Like, we're one of the only companies still to have, like, this wall inside of Apple in every Apple store in the world, except Beats by Dre, which got acquired and really acquired by them, although they didn't really know that. But all of this is, like, I know, a flat tour of, like, my career, but this kind of, I think back to where I grew up, and my grandfather, music father from India, my mom and dad, whenever I'd not be able to kind of like really follow instruction or not learn something very well, they would say this phrase. Did anybody read the directory here? Anybody can read this here? No? Okay. Right here. Can you read it? Go ahead. Yeah, you don't tell enough people. And so what that translates to almost directly is play, learn, right? Which is kind of an interesting, think about it, almost like an ancient framework for exploration of your imagination and learning along the way. And so I started to think about, teaching there and some of the things that kind of inspired me to continue, even though it was like a graft and I wasn't really great on anything, and technology was the kind of vehicle to get there. And I came across this quote, everything you can imagine is real. Now, obviously, with a group like Picasso being thrown in whatever substances may have been around at the time, that seems like a statement that you might excuse as artists, but actually, that too is some kind of framework if you think about where we are with AI today. And it kind of got me thinking about, how the corners of my pop culture brain when I don't know, do you remember if you know the Steven Spielberg stuff? This is neat. Well, you are some old man, but batteries not included would be the thing that label all the toys, right? And it's almost like ideals of the new batteries. And this was crystallized in my mind when I saw this picture, which I sent my wife when I saw it, and I'm like, this could have been us, you tripping, you know what I mean? But if you guys don't know these people like Sam Altman and Johnny Ive, it was called Street Industry for designing the iPhone. And I think they acquired Johnny Ive's agency for $2 billion or thereabouts, if I'm not wrong. And that kind of, I think, reinforced to me the power of ideas and of imagination and of design and human ingenuity. And it kind of got me thinking about the dissection between what role we play and what role technology plays. Again, in reflection of my own career, I guess. But this is kind of what I came down to. So if you think about the kind of like Pluto Superman version of this, then there is this artificial nature to the power. There's, of course, efficiency and automation, and it's trained on everything, we've ever imagined. But then there's kind of human, if you like, or the superhuman in the case of Superman, imaginative kind of component, an empathetic component. I don't mean these as like soft skills. I mean like, when do we stop working on the hard skill of imagination, right? It's play, learn, it's a framework. When did that suddenly become something that we park because we have to do the more mechanical, efficient, automated component? And I think if you compare it to AI's framework, it's quite clear that actually it's somehow complementary. AI is really learn, fail, learn again, and then kind of serve us, right, in our creative thinking. So it feels, the two feel kind of, a mirror image of each other in a complementary sense if you take it from the optimist perspective, which of course I really am. And an example of this is, in the last couple of years, I got a call from, this was with a man from the Black Eyed Peas, and he FaceTimed me one day, when he used my instruments and stuff, and he was like, hey, you make like sounds and instruments and that. he goes, do you want to make some vroom vroom sounds for the Mercedes car, electric car? And I was like, no, yeah. So I visit LA, and we're like kind of studio, and he's like, we'll make you sound in like, you know, whatever, half a day. And we'll emulate your V8 engine sound for the electric vehicle, whatever. And he was like, this is my whack. Like, you know, when they were designing the combustion engine, nobody probably sat there and said, like, well, you know, Henry Ford used it and go, it's a sound like a horse. And like, kids would be around going, no, you know, and it doesn't make any sense, right? So we're like, what do people do in the car? Well, there's music, maybe, so we took, with AI, you know, this what I call a God particle of audio AI, is being able to take a song apart and, you know, without sticking link with AI and on the label or whatever, we just kind of hit this AI feature, utilize this mode called sound drive in Mercedes vehicles. We take the song, we split out when we activate sound drive, we split out the components, and we apply those components to guitar, drum, bass, etc. from that song that you're listening to signals in the car. So for example, instead of hearing the rumble of the engine when you hit the gas, you'll hear like the bass line of the White Stripes level, like bong, 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 you know? And as you drive, you kind of accelerate, you sort of unpacking the song in real time and remixing in real time to experience your own kind of vibe of your drive, if you know what I mean. And of course, these are Germans, so they wouldn't let us put speed limit situation. But it's very safe, and it kind of rolled out during CBS, swept the, I think they just wanted Will Am on stage to say some cool stuff and whatever. But you know, it swept all of the innovation awards at CBS. We broke all of their driving test drive records, and they also kind of rolled it out to 6 million cars, which is kind of crazy when you think about the two of us, and this guy that looks like a Bond villain in the middle, that's Marcus, he's the CTO of Mercedes, and we're being interviewed on stage, and this is where I'm going to talk to it, is when they came out to me, they're like, oh, so now, you know, you fucking drive this speed. Let's just see how you imagine this experience for the first time. And I grew up in city London, as I mentioned, so it was the first time in a year and a half that I saw it feel like on stage at Mercedes with him. Yeah, I never had to drive into the subway my entire life. So this entire situation is really from the passenger seat wanting to just wipe out to this whole thing. And just to kind of wrap up, I guess, you know, when I was a kid, this experiment was going to first grade science or whatever, at the prison, as I got familiar with it, always kind of stuck with me, and on reflection again, as I think about this moment in AI and what we're able to do now, I kind of think about it as like, I was lucky enough to like explore some of the colors, you know, in my own imaginative mind, by chance and by bumping into things and trying to figure it out. Now we have the opportunity to like shine our light through this, if you like, prism of imagination, and really explore and see which colors emerge, and really have the opportunity to play with those things. And one thing that my wife and I are doing in the name of my late daughter, Maya, is preserve, I think, that opportunity to imagine. We've been 5 last week, and we've been rolling out, I think, what we think is the world's first global scholarship for young women, or actually for anybody, to go and explore using technology, full-time courses. And I think we have a responsibility as a cultural community, globally really, to preserve this idea of imagination as a hard skill. So, the answer, I guess, to who gets to create, you're maybe talking about Joseph and this fabulous Sicilian kid who we played football with from time to time, just, you know, trying to keep ourselves together on the estate. Well, I think the answer is we all get to create. We all came with us. And if we can do that, then, you know, the chances are to start expanding access and really urging people to be culturally aware and creatively centered in their exploration of AI. We have a chance to hopefully make a few more gems. Now, before I introduce the next guest, I just want to say Aspen and McGovern have been fantastic with us. And in the spirit of what the next presenter on stage is honestly probably one of the best in the world at, true improvisation, we were sort of tasked with saying, hey, what about trying to make something with AI that Reggie Watts, the national treasure, if you ask me, comedian, actor, musician, and improvisation powerhouse, what about he does his thing and you've made something that we can actually visualize that with. So in the last 24 hours, with a lot of coffee and whiskey, to be honest, we made Synth, which is based on cymatics. If anybody's aware of that science, it's basically naturally occurring patterns in music, which have only been really visualized through technology, the amplification. You can test this at home with like a display or whatever, but inspired by that, we created Safe, which is a visualizer. And it's my real honor and pleasure to introduce you a massive fan of. Please welcome Reggie Watts. My name's Monzo. Good morning. Thank you for coming. As you all know, we're trying to remain as impartial to the artificial as possible. With reality, as it quickly started, as we know, so we want to take that to the thing as a good person. We're big fans of authors, and they are pleased to work with some of the most incredible minds that I have blown. And to be able to utilize this technology, and I wish to do that now. And first going to play from the King Servant album. Relatively standard procedure in the industry. And we're going to start on the object that we use. I just want to say, ask for intelligence. I call it EI. Extended intelligence. Nothing really artificial about it when I'm using it. It's just pretty real. So I'd rather refer to it as to what it really does. It's just extended intelligence. And as such, I guess, with the, I guess we'd say, task of making sure that artists understand what it is. And so I would like to introduce a couple of cases that I made with the Crane supercomputer, which is no longer used anymore. And so I felt sorry for it as a supercomputer. And I had to come up with some compositions. So this composition 5516 this was used with binaural replicators, which is something that some of the mathematicians might be very familiar with. And some other things as well, and some fun stuff, and some things that we just don't even know. Okay, let's get started. Right, so that's example one. Thank you. Thank you, we do appreciate it. As we all know, artificial intelligence, we have to learn how to use it. The good news is in about 2 years, we won't have to learn how to use it because it will be sentient and we'll just talk to it like a person and there'll be no need for any technical aspect of it whatsoever. It will just run on its own. But until then, let's work with it in the way that we think we should. I know lunch is coming up, and so I don't want to do anything to ruin your appetite, so I'm going to deschedule some of the things that I was planning on doing. I know a lot of you guys are writing in and you said that you love reverb, so I'm going to try to use reverb on this song. And just in case you want to know what it sounds like this. There we go. Intelligence, but I know that sometimes we need to make intelligence make some kind of sense in a way that minimalizes the way that we understand what intelligence is in the first place. Anyway, artificial intelligence is an inevitable thing because humans, we're just completely fascinated with constructing ourselves outside of ourselves, and an artificial means because we can't be satisfied with what we are already. That's what it is. But anyway, I have a lot of fun with artificial intelligence because artificial intelligence really makes me feel like, I don't know, it just makes me feel special inside. And even though I'm running the iOS 27 developer beta, and Siri intelligence is definitely not working whatsoever, it can't really do any of the things that it says, so I don't know why they released it, but I guess it's a beta, so hopefully they're going to take that data and make that beta work, you know what I'm saying? next song is really dedicated to heuristics. I was a big fan of the Eurythmics back in the day, and that reminded me of heuristics, and so I love it. Being heuristic is not easy. Obviously, there's a lot of learning involved, a lot of failing. There's a lot going on. See you later, man. That's good to see you. I told him, I said, you got to find a seat closer. And he was like, okay, I'll try. There we go. Thank you. But yeah, so I'm like really into learning and stuff like that. And the cool thing I love about Claude is, Claude, it really gets me, and I'm really excited about that. And I'm sorry about pulling back Fable. I was just like, we're ready for Fable, and then the government was like, no. And I was like, oh, okay. So anyway, so we're back to Opus. 4.8, high. So this is in honor of Claude, and what could have been with Fable, and yet, here we are. But good news is the video game Fable, the new one's going to come out soon, so we will get a Fable, just not the Fable that's willing and able. Here we go. And we're going to try to use a drum sound. So, okay, now that's too. Now it's too violent. Here we go.
Scan the world and just get a lot of free information, just in conning people into thinking that these glasses are absolutely necessary with cameras on, but you don't really need them because intelligence just comes from the awareness of all of the sensor data that is always apparent in your personal environment anyways. Yeah. I get knocked. I get knocked down, and I think probably the natural thing is for me to get back up again. Yeah, right.
Thank you. Thanks so much. We have just a little bit of time left, and we're really excited again. What I have to say is after us, we've got a lot of robots, a lot of robot talk. So get ready for some brushless motor talk. We're talking about, of course, machine learning, as we always do. We'll be talking about tendon control. We'll be talking about tensor strength. We're talking about voltage control, readaptation, balance mechanics, and of course our favorite endless simulation on failure aspect ratios. So it's going to be fun. You're going to like it. Not just about Roomba anymore. They're bigger. Okay. Go to track 3. Okay, good luck. Went to the store because I wanted to go to the store, so I went to the store, but I didn't know which store, so I asked my phone, which store should I go to, and the phone said, I'm sorry, I can't find your location right now. So I wasted a lot of time asking my phone when I should have just gone to the store, but hey, I'm fixated on making this thing work, so I'll spend as much time as it takes to get that answer that I already knew, but I had to see if it could do it. And sometimes it does go through it, and it's fun when it works. Fun when it works, isn't it? Isn't it? It's great. I'm sorry. Listen, if you're having problems, that's okay. That's a part of this whole technology. That's what we do on a given Sunday. What are you going to do? I don't know. Maybe have a fun day. Yeah, with the fun day with my Claude and my Claude and all of that stuff. And ChatGPT, well, it's got a weird vibe, so I don't really use it anymore. Yo, where my deep seek? Yo, where's my deep seekers? Yo, your deepest of seeking is how? Yo, llama, come on, get out. All right, word. Yo, you hear me? Yo, artificial is not a thing anymore. I know it's just something that was part of this life. Oh yes, I feel it so much. Artificial is not a thing anymore. I know it's just something that was part of this life. Oh yeah. Look, it's the logo. Artificial is not a thing anymore. I know it's just something that was part of this life. Oh yes, I feel it so much. Artificial is not a thing anymore. I know it's just something that was part of this life. Oh yes, I feel it so much. Yo, it's been a pleasure doing this music here for you. Just know that I'm going to do my best to let all the people that really hate AI know that if you don't get to the table and you don't have an opinion, then you can't complain. And it goes in a way that you don't like it. So let's get involved. Yeah, see? Because artificial intelligence is never going to be creative. It's not designed to be creative. It's an enhancement to our creativity itself. It's not meant to replace creativity because it never can, because otherwise the purpose of creativity comes from perspective itself, which is just who you are. Anyways, so So I say, never fear, you don't have to use it, but at least know how it works, you know, and that way when things go really weird, you'll at least say, well, I know why it went weird. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, guys, keep researching, keep having fun, keep AIing, keep EIing, keep EIEO. Remember, that stock is way overinflated.
Be sure to follow us on social media or it can be found on the back of your document. Thank you for your patience. We will be starting momentarily. Please welcome to the stage Susan artist and researcher, founder of Susan Studios. Can you hear me now? Yeah? Reggie watched it amazing, you know? That was so fun. That's what I needed this time. I'm going to switch it to a different level. Two sets of eyes take in the same scene. The same light passes through two apertures that see completely different things. One set of eyes is muscle or nerve, evolved over millions of years. Unique individuals, perhaps, but
better understood as deep casting wood. The other is metal and plastic, engineered for the task at hand. Uniformly constructed, yet growing in complexity at a rate we may not be prepared for. One is biological, the other is mechanical, and they collide. That collision might seem extraordinary, and it is, and it's also the basic condition of our lives today. The truth is, we're seeing double. The use of our phones, our agents, and social media. We've built a world where all start is dual-site, where theory is a bridge between contradictions of nature and machine, of art and engineering, and of self and the collective. But AI didn't just arrive into our lives. It peaked under the skin of culture inside our gestures. So I've come to believe that the question isn't what AI can or can't do. The question is what forms of life we allow it to normalize. Because AI produces an optimization of the waste of understanding. It decouples artifacts from process, results from labor. It removes regression. And the work I'm sharing with you today is informed to the benefit. I've been calling it embodied collaboration, an evolving system in which human, machine, and environment co-compose open choreographies of function and meaning. Collaboration explores agency, it explores risk. I pursue it as both method and ethic, through drawing robotics and biosensors across installations, performances, and a studio practice that now spans more than a decade. But it all began with a line. Drawing is a gesture of our body at its most distinct. We use drawing to denote ourselves, our existence within a field. And back in 2015, the lines began with mimicry. In a basement in Manhattan, our first drawing operation. White lines, the dark blue, and machine gestures mimicking each other in real time. Through simple color tracking, the room enveloped its inhabitants in overlapping choices. The robot's line was there to learn the limitations of its form on full display, to ensure restrictions of the technology on full display. The piece wasn't an error state. It was a creative catalyst. Working through that piece, I kept returning to a distinction between self-reinforcing technologies, which catalyze the human process, drawing, walking, conversation, and self-limiting technologies, which replace them. And I wanted a third movement, a technology that co-evolves as it's being used, generating something genuinely new in the process. Something that was neither replacement nor amplification, a third register beyond the binary. Seeking the limits of my mind, I moved from New York to Timbuktu, a quiet Swiss district in Portugal. There, the lines evolved into memory, inspired by the provocation of the beauty of a non-human mood. This revelation that the writing had Lisa Dole described after the French allegoric lost deep mind appetite. So I gathered my undrawn works from childhood for the present, digitized them line by line, and trained a recurrent neural network on 2 decades of my own drawing, an AI system rooted in the analog and given new life in the digital. In performance, I would draw a line, and the system would respond with a line that thinks I would draw lines, and I answer with a third line, and so it continues. I could feel how human memory is interpreted. It's lofty. It's shaped by narrative, emotion, and in time. Machine memory is encoded, structured, and organized for different recall. In the dual, the difference becomes the artifact that unfolds in all stages of the process. Because perhaps machines don't hold memory at all, but perhaps will hold our echoes, reflections of our own imperfect recollections in a different language. In this process, I found a paradox. That to collaborate with the machine, I had to myself become machine readable, quantifying the self to move beyond the self. A paradox that now feels like a collective condition. In Japan, we are called to New York. I kind of feel like I'm always between us. Thinking about the gaze as a machine, thinking not as a view from somewhere, but not as a view from nowhere, but views from somewhere. We debuted collectivity in a packed room in Manic surrounded. The machine deploys the network, the city surveillance infrastructure calls into focus the robotic labor. It was a cacophony of their gestures. A modern landscape painting, traced through the collective agency of cloud, parsed through the kinematic logic of a robotic swarm. The city became a collective organism on the surface of a planet. 3 generations, mimicry, memory, and collectivity. 3 explorations of self and synthesis, and a reminder that inexorable technological progress is a myth. Each generation of this project has become a space to unlearn those myths and to build something new. My interest has never really been about replacing human collaboration, but in challenging our assumptions about what machines are and what they're meant to do, and what humans can become with that exchange. So during the pandemic, I really did that. I looked inward. During isolation, I developed a system to measure my own brainwaves with an EEG headset. Fine-tuning a brainwave sensor for a different purpose. Not self-quantification for things like we've done that, but an artistic relation at the lowest level, the level of true cognition. In my meditative state, alpha range activity is associated with creative flow. We map that signal to motion. Alpha amplitude to burst velocity, beta band to pressure, and sometimes heart rate to rate. It began as a private ritual, a way of catalyzing common isolation, and it became a relation of feedback, flow over command, a relation among bodies rather than an interface between user and host. When the robotic arm moves in response to a pulse current, it's not acting as a human does. It's performing an assemblage and end process. The body, the machine's motors, the environment, all in motion and all centrally knowable. After lockdown, we shared this process worldwide as performance, invoking the audience as a witness. And our gestures and performance are not commands, but they become propositions. The witnessing includes the audience into a meditation on bodies, electricity, and the vast human disorder, a reminder of presence after isolation. Instead, nothing has stirred my creative imagination more than the robotic form. The word itself carries a lineage. It traces back to the 1920s to the Czech term robota, which actually means forced labor, coined by the playwright Reshaping. Less a description of machinery and more a meditation, autonomy, work, and the human condition. And before the robot was a machine, it was that question about whose labor was visible and whose was abstracted, about what the creature owes its creator, and the mechanism arrived later, but the myth came first. Watching the art history shapes, I think, how the robot exists in the public consciousness. The industrial arm is an icon of optimization, automation, and control, the machine imaginary made flesh. Rather than denying that image, I lean into its conceptual part to ask what else the machinic form can do. So that question led us outward, to biomimetic robotic speculations sculpted from spatial drawing. To field work gathering structural and ecological data from the archipelago of Florida to a sacred forest where it kept alive. And it led us to a quiet realization. For me, the synthetic systems inscribe decay as obsolescence. Living systems inscribe it as metamorphosis. Facing how the material reality, silver's mined, copper is extracted, are technological instruments owned in landfills. We know this. But biomaterial engineering sketched a different path. And this research led me to SIP and to my circles, the bond of mind, whose entanglement with humans began in China a millennia ago and traveled the treasuries of the world. A kind of blast that subject. It first embodies a material paradox, the kind of daunting material paradoxes. I think it's a fun one. That while to get strong, we should get really new generations of biomaterial engineering. In this studio, my silkworms streams their cocoons and metamorphosize into nuts. From the ability to create distilled silk fiber, a protein that conducts, that heals, that's biocompatible with the human body. When processed, it becomes programmable, a medium for what I call homeric circuitry. The which biological and technical processes co-compose open choreographies of sensing, storage, and response. We build habitats that allow silkworms to thrive, optimizing for life, not for outcomes. Protocols of care and witnessing in place of extraction. The writer McGovern invoked the silkworm's chrysalis as a substrate of self-becoming effort. And that's precisely what we study. Metamorphosis as midlife evolution and indicator to becoming. This is a new body of research for this video. Forests biodegradable and situated between ecological rhythms. Charting a horizon in the in-between of fragility and endurance, of history and futility. In our practice, we're working through an idea. I believe that if biodiversity systems planetary resilient and technodiversity, multiple ways of building and understanding technology rooted in different cultures, materials, and systems, functions as a kind of cultural immune response, or physical understanding uniform set. Maybe it was timed for this by the languages of life. In English, the analogy of computer bounces to automation. But the Cantonese word for computer, translates directly to electric brain. In English, the translation gives us a system to solution output. In Chinese, the translation proposes an embodied metaphor of thought. In my own research, I've learned widely that there's meaning in the data, but it's not the meaning you're giving, it's the meaning that we make. I learned that building our own tools and AI systems lets us sit with the existential questions of these technologies first, a way that fear and hope can be held in the mind at the same time. We've seen the damage done by unchecked technological growth to our planet and to our creative industries, to the livelihood of the people who make culture. The answer, I believe, is not to retreat from these tools, but to refuse the terms on which they're offered. Artists building our own systems, stand on our own archives, and on our own terms. We need now, more than ever, approaches that shape the technologies that shape us, like creating or creating before. And we need to uplift the meaning made by artists, the ones of today, the ones that came before, and the ones to come. We're in the early days of this research. We're looking for collaborators and support, and we have much more questions than answers. But we know this: when we return to the body, the human body, the human body, and the ecological body, our horizon is vast. Thank you so much.
Now, please welcome Katie Cameron, founder and CEO of McGovern.
Good morning. I'm so excited to be here. Thanks to the folks at Aspen Digital and the Patrick J. McGovern Foundation for having me. I'm going to speak to you all about physical AI, which is getting around a robot body. And if you just heard from someone, the word robot is pretty overloaded. It actually comes from a 1920 play by K. And it means forced labor. What you did not hear is that the plot of that play is the robots actually come up with a big uprising, it doesn't go very well. Things, I would say it's not great for humans in the end, but there are two robots that go on to survive and they might fall in love, so it's a carpenter for success in the future. So this is a first example of how this idea of an artificial body packed with intelligence has been deeply interwoven with fiction, the notion of the arts, and just too much art and media to inform the things that we build. This has appeared in all kinds of modern representations of these machines. This is iRobot, and of course seems to have encouraged many of today's industrial designers when it comes to inspiring the robots that they build for reasons that I do not yet understand. So all joking aside, there will indeed be this new revolution where AI is
and there will be billions of these machines in our lifetime. It only took 9 years for there to be 1 billion iPhones on Earth. We are very much standing on the precipice of billions of these more intelligent machines being deployed everywhere. And you don't need to just take it from me. You can take it from exactly where all of the dollars are flying around in the state. I live in Silicon Valley. This has been one of the most rich increases in investment in robotics just in the last 2 decades. 15x increase in humanoid investment in 3 years. So this is a tremendous amount of interest going into our field. And really, many people believe in this precipice that we're on for you into the physical world further and further. So you don't need to just take it from me. You can take it from one of the titans of industry, Benson Huang, who says that everything that moves in the future will be autonomous. Again, I live in San Francisco. We have autonomous cars. You can think about other things that are moving, and you will one day have more intelligence that they need to be autonomous. You don't only need to take it from Jensen. You can also take it from me, of industry, Elon, who likes to say $10 trillion in revenue and Optimus revenue. This is the human robot coming out of Tesla. Long term, and it will become his biggest business ever because there will eventually be 5 to 10x more humanoids on Earth than humans. It's a pretty enormous opportunity when you think about it. But as one of my dear colleagues, David Takayama, who's an HRO pioneer, articulates, the technology is truly only as good as people's desire to use it. How do we make sense of all this? Well, right now, we're really hearing 2 stories about the future. We're going to be more productive than ever. We'll all be sitting in our World Series and taking our power stations and gliding around on our self-driving cars, and no one ever has to work again. UBI, thank goodness. And productivity, we're sort of sailing towards utopia. And the second story that we're hearing about all of this is dystopia, where we're going to die. Robots are coming not only for our jobs, but for our lives. And in a couple decades, we might be standing here in the cars when I was drinking our hotel coffees and talking about what could have done. But what I want to do today is talk a little bit about what I consider to be a orthogonal future to either of those realities. Something that is a fluid fix. Something that's very different from productivity or death. And some of the conversations and tools that we need to get us there. From my background, why I got into this work, I grew up in the Bay Area. I'm from the heart of Silicon Valley. I grew up in Berkeley. And like anyone does when you're a child of immigrant parents, my first job out of college, I did private equity consulting at Disney in New York. Literally, I could see my old office everywhere. And so I used to sit down on the 13th floor in my suit and look out the window into the Broadway dance studios. And that was my lifelong dream, was to be a professional dancer. And so I wound up leaving that job, and I got to dance for Microsoft's Rockefeller at the Center in New York. I had my own dance company. I danced around the world for a while. But I had this background in technology and science. I always loved numbers. And so I thought about how can I combine my passions for technology and the arts and dance. And so I started dancing with robots as one day. I knew they were my artistic work because I thought the saturation of robots, especially at that time, this was about 10 years ago, was really not very high. So if I could take robots out of the lab and bring them into these settings where people who were unwanted, who hadn't used robots in their daily lives were, it would make sure to have a different type of dialogue and exchange. So I started using robots in my artistic work, and I thought, I need to do this at scale. I need to have this experience of rethinking and reshaping technologies in conversation with audiences on a much broader scale. So I decided to go to grad school. I did my master's, my PhD, and my postdoc all at Stanford in mechanical engineering and computer science. I'm now a professor there. I teach the first cross-listed class between computer science and computer performance studies. It's called Robots in the Earth. I love this one. Thank you. I have an amazing cohort of students this year who spent a quarter thinking about when you can build anything. The question is why you're doing it and what you're really doing. And that's what I've been doing at the Coach and Change. I did all this at Stanford. I have the amazing cohort of doing it at a place called Everyday Robots, which is under the intellectual umbrella for 3 years. And now I lead a research company called ArtLab. So today's my mission is to make these nascent technologies like AI and robots more whimsical, humanistic, and really accessible. I do this through business research and art, and it's all the same thing. It all comes from the Latin ars. There are a lot of politics involved in all of these fields, but for me it's truly about this idea of expression and movement. So in the last few minutes I've got for this talk, I'm going to really breeze you through what is a robot, why do we care about robots right now, what are some key opportunities and challenges in our field. I'll speak about a couple of my projects, and then speak about our future
us to understand the difference in the world, and great needs to action and needs to move around, motors, etc. We have lots of different kinds of robots, and not just humanoid, quadrupeds, things that fly, industrial robotics. There's four main principles in robotics. These are perception, navigation, manipulation, and human-robot interaction. Perception, again, understanding the world, navigation, moving around, manipulating, reaching out, grabbing boxes, for example, and human-robot interaction, which is the area of the skill field that all specialize in. So why is everyone excited about robots right now? It's almost like you can't open a newspaper without seeing the headline items, the giant photos and big breakthroughs. Two main reasons. The first one is because of labor needs, and the second one is because of three technical tailwinds that make a lot of things possible if they're not possible previously. What does this look like? So in 2034, the U.S. will have more adults over the age of 65 and children under the age of 18 for the first time in American history. 2080, this is going to happen globally. We have never experienced this kind of rapid redistribution of ages. And when this happens, we're going to see a complete change in the way the labor force is distributed. And when you think about GDP, it comes from two things. The first one is population growth, more workers. The second one is productivity growth, more output per worker. So when this first one goes away, your second lever is output, and this is why everyone's excited about AI and robots. The second reason is technical tailwinds and AI enthusiasm. So this is an article that just came out a couple weeks ago from one of my former colleagues at Everyday Robots, Peter Bondman, who said, look, we still have a variety of ongoing open challenges. And if you go on Twitter, you would actually disbelieve any of the things that are written in that article, because you would think that all robotics is solved. Right? You would see him in a robot like this creating packages for 10 hours a day. You would see another humanoid installing from Antonio that you can pre-order, and I'll start on the doorstep today for $20,000 or something like $5 a month. But if you look very closely, and with someone who's deep in intention in this field, you know we have a long way to go. And while things like this are super impressive, as a roboticist, you know to look in the bottom center part of the video that tells you what has been fully autonomous and what still needs to be operated. Right? So we have this massive divide that we're fixing. So lots of opportunities and challenges that are strong going on in the field. One big opportunity is that you can do a ton more than the guys you could previously. When I was at Google, every robot that we built had a very big NVIDIA GPU in it that was tens of thousands of dollars. Now you can do so much with a local model like a General 4D, or you just turn it on your device. So it clearly does mean that we will have much more instances that's widely distributed, and robots will have more intelligence in them because of this flowing. Another opportunity is that hardware costs have come down quite a bit. You can get really performant motors, microphones, things like that you want to use to construct these machines, and it's led to a much wider proliferation of more people being able to make robots with more affordable prices. Finally, large language models have unlocked these aspects of long horizon planning, targeting, and voice interaction. So it used to be if I told a robot to clean the bathroom, that would be a pretty substantive, sophisticated thing for it to learn how to do. Now with large language models, we can actually break down a power order task that's called like clean the bathroom into a bunch of subtasks, which then get mapped to a variety of things that the robot knows how to do. So large language models have just been an absolute boom in that field for 11 years of our space. There's this prior knowledge. Robots that really benefited recently from prior knowledge. But we do have a bunch of ongoing challenges. So one challenge is that AI for robots, we really don't have the kinds of large data sets that they do in other fields. We don't have the internet, we don't have these large kind of rich multidimensional data sets in robotics. And this is a little bit outdated, but this is one of my colleagues, Kim Goldberg, who says that we basically have 1% of the kind of data that they do have in very large language models like function outside. So we really just don't have that in robotics. It's much more high dimension, it's harder to get. You need more real world data in order to be successful. This has been such a problem that VCs will pay you $50 an hour to record yourself holding your own laundry. This is not a joke. This is from a real LinkedIn post, and there's such an amazing opportunity here, but it's really going to be a barrier to the kinds of promises that you often see on social media. Another big challenge here is that breakfast manipulation is still hard. Moving objects around, still tough. Things take a long time to learn how to do, so staying is pretty amazing. You can detect normal, footprint, temperature, all kinds of things with just those hands. Evolution's pretty awesome, but it's hard to teach others how to do. Another thing that's so hard is constructing complex machines. When there's a lot of moving parts, they push against each other, it's just tough. So this continues to be an ongoing challenge. And finally, making robots interact with people is unpredictable. There's trade-offs between safety and speed. Again, this is my area of expertise. As one of my mentors, one of the topics to say robots can motivate and engage people in ways that other people biggest difference between a robot that's physical and one that's relatable, something that can actually do a task and be performant, lift, move heavy objects, etc. This is something that would socialize with you and establish trust. And I would say that these things are definitely not the same, and we call this the interaction gap. This is to play through with this new field of choreobotics is looking to film. So it's bringing a lot of principles from dance and choreography and bringing them into the design of robot motion filming. Choreobotics, as luck would have it, really is completely proliferated among our spectators. So we now have academic journals, conferences, people who are getting PhDs in this. It's just become, vastly expanded in terms of its footprint. And why dance and robotics? And people often ask me this question, why do these two things come together? It's for a few reasons. So this is an article from 2017 in Scientific American. It says, does dancing just feel good, or did it help real humans survive? The punchline on this article is that it's actually both. Because if we can dance together, the way we're all humans in large groups, we can do all kinds of other valuable things. We can hunt large animals, we can fight wars against other tribes, we can celebrate when things go well. So every early human society there's evidence of dancing. Movement is this core evolutionary quality of who we are, who we translate out into action, and how we perceive the world. No one taught these children how to chase a ball, no one told them in real time how to navigate around each other, they just figured out how to do that. But now the data, the reason we caught a brain is to move about our environment in a purposeful way. So it turns out 80% of the neurons in your brain are actually at the back. It's the cerebellum that controls your movement. This is a great example from a sea frog. It swims all around the ocean. At some point in its life, it sits down on a rock and paints its own brain when it no longer needs to move. We have this very rudimentary example of something that just centralizes how core and fundamentally important it is for movement as part of our experience. It's also how we perceive the world. So anything that moves around us has meaning. These are examples from a variety of different fields which say random collections of moving dots, small perturbations of shapes, and they are able to discover that people will attribute all kinds of things to these things. And so they're moving from left to right, they look sad, they look excited, they look like a tree. So no matter what, even if it is a wildly impoverished representation of movement, people will assign meaning to it. And this is important because almost everything that moves in our environment is a part of nature. We think about squirrels, trees, other animals, but now we have this new thing that's moving in our environment, and it's robots. And this is where we have this absolute need to understand exactly what that motion means. Choreographers and dancers, experts at making meaning out of movement. So you put this necessity for meaningful movement on the part of robots that will be ubiquitous, alongside the specialized expertise that dancers and robots have, and you get choreobotics. There are maybe dozens of people who do what I do right now. There will be hundreds of thousands of them in the future. And same way we can think about results like human-computer interaction, and how there was this mass proliferation of new specializations and computers came out of the factory, out of the lab, out of the industrial cells, and into all of our laps and pockets. That's when we wind up with semiotics, HPI, same transition happening right now in robotics. So the main difference between a robot and a computer is that we're humans. And so we need this specialization from people who are experts in movement. They move autonomously, they move around humans in some special environments. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that there's kind of tremendous diversity things happening in this field, everyone from cell architecture themselves to moving a robot, all the way down to things that are happening at home and like these cells, etc. People are really exploring this intersection of robotics. So my question here is then, what kinds of products and experiences can be created that leverage robots' capabilities as both a utilitarian tool and an evocative safety agent? A robot around a person is always both of these things. It is never one or the other. It's always a utilitarian tool and always an evocative social agent. So three projects that highlight this. I was the artist in residence for a few years at this project every year about People X. And when I started there, I was thinking about what it would be like to move through Times Square, not wildly different to all of us as we did today. Move through Times Square, but you're not just moving around other people, you're also moving around robots. So you have a flock that started doing it. And so we programmed these robots to move together in big groups. And do these really evocative, interesting patterns. So they could follow people around, they could move together in line, and they could even respond, here we are moving together in line, and they could even respond to human gestures. So this is one of your colleagues, Millie, who took the left in the air, and the robots will open and close the clickers and respond to her. So I'm thinking about in the future, when we're moving through this busy Times Square, we don't have to, say anything out loud. We can just gesture and kind of move side to side, and robots will understand and anticipate our movement. So once we could do this, we realized that we wanted to make the robots a little bit more evocative. And I thought it would be interesting if they learned how to play music. So my friend Tom and I worked on a composer named Peter Hanson to soundify this robot. We mapped every single joint on the robot to a different sound. So when these different joints would move, we would hear the sound of what that joint sounds like. And I'll play a couple of them for you. So this is called torso, triplet. That's not what it sounds like. I'm not doing anything. Ready? Yep. Okay. I'm going to move through the slide. I think by the time we get, okay, this has a lot of music in it, so we're going to need to hear this one. So effectively, we soundify this robot, and then as the robot was moving through space, you actually hear the symphony of what we had created in this machine. So this is what this looks and sounds like. I got the thumbs up. Okay, great. We put this on all 200 robots in the Google buildings, and as they were wiping tables and starting to crash, you could actually hear the symphony of what they were doing. You would just say, hey, robot, come on, music mode, and it literally would sound like an orchestra had appeared. So this is a short video that has all of those things together with the stocking that we programmed as well as the music. Because we're good scientists, we did a research study on this experience. And we asked people who wandered through this block of musical playing, just those turning robots, what they thought. And these are some of the things that we heard. I feel like I'm in heaven. Am I ascending? They were so cute out there singing and dancing. I have no idea what they were actually meant to be doing, but it made me happy. And this was poetic and one of this kind of reaction. Back to productivity or death. I don't think this was either of those things. So I think this is that invitation into that third space. Because another way that we can view and live and experience with these tools. I spent a couple of years with the artists and residents at the Aspen Institute, and I was ruminating a lot about care and love and attention at the time. And I started to think about what would it be like if I made a giant soft robot that I could just crawl into and it would put me back up on my feet. And this experimentation led me to think about soft robots in general, and also kind of like magnitude and size and scale. And then I woke up in the middle of the night and I had this revelation, which was like, I've spent so much of my life learning how to be loved, learning how to be lovable. And this is an endeavor that I don't think a lot of these new machines that we're building are learning how to do. And what would it be like if we designed a machine where its only goal was to learn how to be endearing? And I thought about this in the cave of hands 13,000 years ago in Argentina. This island exists, universal representation of human species. And I decided we were going to make a 9-foot high, left, right, articulating the robot hands that would use AI to learn how to endear itself to the exploratory models. So this is indeed what we built over a couple of years, along with an amazing team of engineers on a mobile robot base. This is Parker and England testing out. No one in the museum actually did this when it was on the floor, but you can see them right now. And these are all of our robot fingers, so we did indeed have 12 articulating joints. It was both a left and a right hand. It has no age, it has no gender, it has no identification aside the fact that it's supposed to be a universal representation of our species. And this is our robot hand, manifold. This was at Stanford Lab Show. We had 700 folks in the audience where we told a sort of interesting creative knowledge tale about what it's like to kind of confront a lot of machine for the first time. And then we put it inside of the exploratorium where it met 300,000 people over one summer. Nothing ever went off of this device, nothing went into Wi-Fi. We captured and collected images of it more than 3 people the rest of the time. But we also sonified this robot, so you can actually hear
We add a sleeve, so just like things like it takes a while in between motions, so we give the motors and then.
So one of the things we're going to talk about our future with robots. This is a brand new standard robotic center. It's going to be on the Calgary Electrical Engineering Building on the Stanford campus in the engineering quad. It took us 10 years to put this whole thing together. My postdoc advisor from which team led this effort. It is, to my knowledge, the first and only robotics lab in the world that has advanced computer in it. It has a strong wood floor and mirrors and shows both of those things. And it is a place where we really are holding space for this new field of robotics, but also thinking deeply about when we design these tools for mass new audiences, how do we ensure that there are a lot of different voices at the table when we're making those decisions? So you're very much invited to come and visit us in the Stanford Robotics Center. We've got industrial robotics, underwater, medical, etc. This is my dear colleague Tracy, who's demonstrating we can actually learn all kinds of interesting things from dancers. So we find that humans are 3 times more energetically efficient than robots, so this is pretty cool. We're learning all kinds of other things from studying humans inside of these environments. So let's look ahead. Really fun fact with my portfolio, we're seeing humanoids everywhere. It's not going to be the only instantiation of these billions of machines. General purpose and small vertical debates are not yet settled. We have a lot of ongoing conversations in the field about how this is all going to end up. Lots of approaches currently to overcome this dearth of robotics data. We don't have very many things to train on, and human interaction is completely unknown. It's really an open question. So I'll just end with this. I spend most of my days as the CEO and founder of a company called Aspen in Silicon Valley. We are building this new kind of intelligent robot. I wrote a couple sentences about this on paper that I'm going to read for you here. This is what our colleagues are. We've spent decades making our homes smarter, but somewhere along the way we forgot to make them more alive. The devices we invited in became louder, more demanding, more present in all the wrong ways. We filled our spaces with intelligence that serves the core. Art Lab begins from a different belief that the space where we live, rest, and love should feel more human, not less. That intelligence, true intelligence, should be quiet, considered, and in service is something deeper than convenience. We're building a new type of presence for the home, not a tool you operate, not a string you consult, but something that dwells alongside you, that makes a room feel more like a place, something that over time becomes less like technology and more like a part of the fabric of your life. We believe we're at the beginning of a profound shift in an age where embodied intelligence moves out of the utilitarian and into its design, where what surrounds us is designed not just to function, but to elevate. Our Lab exists to make that future beautiful, worthy, and deeply human. Not because beauty is a feature, but because it is a value. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. We will now break for lunch. Please join us downstairs in the hall. We will return at 1:12. happy sharing about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you know nothing else about video storytelling is that when you come to one of our events, you will be well fed. I hope everybody had a really good event. Thank you so much. And what an amazing award you have. It's my real pleasure to come out and do something I know you're anticipating until just a few minutes ago, but I realized it would bring me great joy. I want to introduce you to one of my closest friends and somebody that to me is an incredible moral first. Today we're joined very specially by Undersecretary General of the United Nations, Aspen Digital. If you don't already know about Aspen Digital, I want to share with you two things about it. One is the big professional scope of all my videos bio. I want to say that if there's one person you want to find in the international realm, we're not just talking about regulation. We're talking about AI and its economic effects, and bringing to the conversation the global voice, the voice of people across the world. And interestingly, we talk about human rights and equity in the same language that we talk about AI. And the second thing I want to tell you, he will be maybe not that I said this to you, but I will be his own right an incredible poet and a creator and one of the most skillful people. I'm very glad to welcome on stage my very dear friend, Aspen Digital. Thank you very much to Vilas and Vivian for this incredible opportunity. I know you've been having fun this morning, and what a great set of people that you had the privilege of watching and listening to this morning. And so I just want to express my gratitude for being here with you. So at the United Nations, when we speak about artificial intelligence, we often talk about access that is allowed, power, capability, and limitation, opportunities, and risk. That's the kind of vocabulary that we use. But today, I don't want to speak to that. I want to speak about what is uniquely human, what is creativity. So take this conversation at the United Nations in the direction of what AI means for humanity. Of course, it's giving us an extraordinary new of thought that can form patterns, can read patterns, images, music, stories. And all that are astonishing speed. But even the most advanced human does not decide what story is over. It does not decide which threads that are most functioning the world of human beings. And today you have looked at creativity in its various forms. And creativity is uniquely the child of human imagination. Something different and restlessness arises in the collective power of consciousness. Thoughts arise, and when we focus them, then creativity arises. Everything in the dreams becomes good. Started with thought, with a ritual, and that too is consciousness, then it will be directed to an outcome. And at the same time, economic value is what attached to this creativity. So we moved on to hunting schools and rocks and carrying shells, etc. So it came as a market wonder. And after that came in, limits came in. Limits in terms of access to tools, limits in terms of time, skills. And with AI today, many of these limits on creativity are falling off. But what has not been abstract in the brain is this essential role of imagination. That mysterious and plastic gap between thought for which creation springs, and which we then secure with intention and give meaning to. Now, in a world where content is abundant, meaning becomes scarce. If generation becomes easy, then intention becomes valuable. Our friends in the digital world, computer scientists
and learn things. They sometimes call it spirit. They bring a lot of things, but you have so much exercise state. So, what is it we call it? Taste, human judgment. You and I know what this is. This is intention. This is where it's begins. And meaning where it ends. Meaning may be subjective. What started with intensity ends with someone giving it meaning. Now, human beings are creators by definition. And that means because we make things, because we give them meaning. For the Gnostics, in this role, we mirror the God force. Shakti, as it's called in my culture. The Vedas ask, what does she create? It's a feminine energy, S capital. Because, like you, she loves to see herself in various forms. It's like when you admire yourself in the mirror, the God force is to admire yourself in various forms. Realize that we do this, we create from lived experience, from contradictions, from joy and grief, from culture and memory, from our ability to see not only what is, but what could be. A machine can imitate fire, can mimic form, but it cannot consciously intend a truth. It cannot inwardly look at itself, the very essence of the states we call Christ. It cannot be responsibility for the world, the essence of the world today, the world we are sleeping together. It cannot inherit its key or is its friend with life. That's why the central question for us in the AI era is not whether machines can create. They can. The deeper question is what remains uniquely human in creating, and how we protect it, how we elevate it, and how we celebrate that unity. So, as we explore the possibilities of AI and creativity, let us not only ask what these systems can do, let us ask what kind of human future they should serve. Let's ensure that technology expands human expression rather than flatten it. That it amplifies diverse voices rather than sterilizes them. That it deepens our humanity rather than distances of it. That it softens the path back to our true selves and not shrouded with more delusion, Maya. What is real and what is not real? Thank you.
Next, please welcome Helena Ricky, Director of the MIT Sensible City Lab.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today I want to share with you some of our work on big data, AI, and statistics. So, our work has been mostly what we do at MIT, at Sensible City Lab. We're based in Cambridge, Massachusetts. But also we realized that in order to make change, we need to work closely with cities all around the world, and so we're small labs. So in Cambridge, in Milan, in Dubai, and Poland, also video focusing on AI and so on. We call that the thing. So, we are passionate about cities. You need to remember only 4 numbers about cities. Within the zone, 3, 55, 75, and 80. Since only 3% of the surface of the planet, that's 55% of the population, 75% of energy consumption, 80% for CO2 emissions. If we can do something to make our cities a bit more sustainable, then that can be a big deal globally. So what we can do today to actually leverage all of this. This is the convergence of digital and physical. You might say that our world is becoming digital. It's combining these two worlds. And, we have digital AI. Because AI without data, what AI is just anything brain. So to do that, we try to bring different disciplines, that's our lab at MIT, different people, researchers, disciplines all working together. So first of all, this is how to think about how we are big data and AI for community. We need to look at cities right here. Everybody knows what this is? Yes. No one is map of Rome, a beautiful map. Yeah, you said it. So, AI. So 1747, like knowledge, journalism of knowledge, maths, Rome, and that's kind of the beginning of how to map public space, non-public space, institutions, in impact. Then we come to Europe. This is the past country, the beautiful Zingali map of Europe in this model. Is the way to map not only the physical city, but also the flows happening in the city. That's why we can look at the situation. We can look at it like almost like a living polygon. There's actually wisdom, not using business, and use a data point collected from the mobility network in the city. Because somehow, remember that beautiful short story by Boston. I can't speak in Spanish, it's beautiful, but it's really doing a map one-to-one of a place, of a kingdom, between the center and the first. To do a map one-to-one for the kingdom, and then leave that will become the story. Well, that is what is happening today. We're really doing like a one-to-one map, or some people say digital twin of the place. So I want to show you here some of the projects we're doing. First of all, how we can better understand the space with data in the young. And in this case, we did like an unexpected experiment. This is my campus, and just before COVID, we started collecting data about how we can use the space in the campus and get a source of information, all organized, happening on campus. And then, on the 24th of March 2020, a very nice thing happens, COVID. COVID, we go right down, and so physical space disappears, physical encounters disappear from our lives. So look at the MIT campus before the COVID emergency. If you plot it, those are all the connections. You might say that this is almost like the secret of the MIT, how we open different departments, different tools, and so on. And then we got the COVID emergency locked down, just through the same map. This is no analytics yet, document. It's totally different. So something must have changed, but we don't know what. And so we started looking at one installation is this, or it's only definition. Think about all your friends. You can put them into two buckets, good guys or some guys. A some guy is somebody I know who's also friend of my friends. I know you, and you also know each other. So plot each of them triangle in each there. Good guys are people we know who are not friends of our friends, but they can bridge to another community. It is still there in order. So there's a very important paper by Malcolm Gallagher, who we did 50 years ago, this was a professor at Stanford, and understanding the big facts. And that's so important, because that's how we get exposed to the information. And sometimes, I tell you something, you're thinking that we easily end up in a bubble. If you can tell each other the same story over and over again. What we tell is expressing information that's like creativity, with innovation, where everything starts. So, as I was saying, I don't want to go in, we started looking at all the parameters that change at the MIT campus, and students here, everything was saying but one thing. This is actually weak one. The secretary is anybody interested in our website. So you see there, if you look up after the right corner to the top, you see actually how these guys go down by almost 30%, because you don't need any more material. And if you look at this, the weak guys that disappear almost like it's been ingrained. It's like a community, and how it changes over time is you lack that vital conviction. Which, by the way, for the same reason we are here today. We could have done this beautifully and good, but the magic of the happening here doesn't happen in this instance. So, very briefly, I will just show you how we are scaling back into design. And we have design office, for instance, user place in design and management to maximize the power of physical space to bring us together to make good sense. It's really zero where it becomes like a meeting place. We sit there with people almost like molecules in a gas, we can bump into each other and start new conversations, new ideas. I couldn't tell this because I was getting trouble with fire. But it's like the music. This is the building we're facing in Singapore. Again, the biggest, one tallest building in Singapore. We're actually in the middle of the building. It becomes a square or plaza for people to meet. People are meeting with other people, meeting with nature there. Really about the city. Also, the beginning of the entrance is a similar place. Sometimes you also can design for art in different ways. So this year we were fortunate enough to design the vintage store for 2026 building, just a few months ago. But it was another way to bring people together, not to design a space as was in this case through London. We don't in a way the opposite, which is usually done. Usually when you design the store, you add something to the core. In this case, we decided to do the minimum. The minimum should actually could cover the burner, what is inside, but also to make the burner visible. It's what you see there in that kind of video. And that was a way, again, the very similar way to bring people together. From the beginning, from Olympia, and then every type of people who participated in daily life. I want to finish with this person of the design. Last year I was fortunate enough to be the head director of the Biennale. And so we started thinking, how do we do this space? Talk about climate, and especially with flow and water. And so this is the idea we presented in Paris with small models. And then we came to the initiative for a place that people started going, exploring. We done this with our review. You see here, the height of the water inside is actually the increase in sea level in sea level 100 years. And here's some images. So this is the Aspen Venice, this old place where the police Biennale happened. This year is art, like the architecture, the 2 years with the same thing. You can actually go for the minimal purpose in order to store water in this place as a place for meeting. It's a plaza, a place for meeting, for having discussed conversation. And finally, the Biennale, then this work of the language became the centerpiece of the COP40 in Berlin. COP40 is now the United Nations conference on climate. That's here in the Amazon, the middle of the Amazon, it's in Berlin. You see here going from Rome to living in Venice, getting to Berlin, that is the incredible steps to go. This city, almost like the last 30 years. And that city, beyond, you only have the Amazon, it continues for thousands and thousands of miles. And you see here, you saw where people living in the city. Now it's a private space. There's the 111 windows with private roofs that rain and sun that are falling in. The brightness is here. It's a huge standard. The Brazilians adopted also for analysis of the use of the Sambódromo to play sand as well. But it's a place for dogs, for meeting, for talking in detail about climate and for the citizens, the community of citizens to them. So this was the first thing, when you talk about some data, data might be reality, and how that can become the same. I want to finish with another thing, however, it's a little bit more concerning. And it's far too low, and we should all think about it. Anybody knows who this guy is? What is wrong with it? I don't think that's William White. William White was a beautiful book. And William White was also somebody who pioneered 50 years ago this study of University in public space university. Every time you go down the street, you go to Grand Park, just say, thank you, William White. Because that space is there because of all the things that William White did. And what we're doing is using this kind of Super 8 camera. Scooters, put in the city. We can do this and look really how people come together. And how architecture can have an impact, how climate has an impact. We understand the power of public space to bring us together. How people will be considered if you move from one place to another place. Most markers of people would really interact much more. Sometimes they like each other, sometimes not. And so, by doing this, we could learn a lot about public space in Europe. If you use these books, it's well look, using Super 8 is great, it's even fun. But turning this data, analyzing that, time-based time numbers, that's the case. That's a difficult thing. And he was getting this, so basically understanding, turning that into data. Well, I just get to the end of the story, so today, this is the lesson, and today we go to AI. And we analyze with AI both what footage, but also contemporary footage, taken in the same places, here in New York. So you can do this with AI, you can analyze the whole thing, AI allows us to parse everything very quickly. You can also do the same. You can scale them out, you can look at trajectory, speed, velocity, distance between people, also new people would take months or years to define, came by calling to do it manually. So we did that, and we looked at focus on some of the key places in New York, Boston, and Philly. And we looked at the figures from 50 years ago and the figures today. The data is different than with a grazer colleague at Harvard. But what we discovered that we are finding quite concerning. And again, this will not be possible without AI. We analyze all the historical footage in the footage there. Look at Lincoln has been done a lot from 1980 to 2010, from 42% to 26%. More to speak, we walk faster. 15% faster. You know, we look left around to this frame, and we walk faster, except when we back to the speed point because we're looking at the stuff. So that's the only moment we will slow down. And you see here on the data, if you look at the paper, you've got a lot of good analytics. And the slow motors also are up 58%. And you see the examples are different public spaces. And this is, what you're really concerned about. So what you're doing is using AI to analyze really, really large visual representations, images from the past, from the 5 centuries, 6 centuries, and so on. And then you see something fundamental is changing the use of public space. Because, public space is vital. If you look at this public space, is the agora from people. Public space is really open today. There's no city without that exchange. And I really say the public space is really very important today because in all the assets, if you really have the ability to do what you do today, you can just block online everybody is online. Public space is one of the few places that have the characteristics that is inevitability. You need to come from the diversity. People might think that different ways from you, and some might challenge a different sector, but it will come together with the diversity. And so, having quite public space is vital, and what we're doing is I think we're using AI models to analyze patterns of thinking from the past, the presentation, to understand how this is used in fact to better see if this is really what Victor Thomas, the great sociologist, one called fighting now. Public management, public life in the city. And if you understand it, then you start to use design to improve it and to fix it.
Professor at Stanford University, Managing Director of Johnson Capital, and former Chief Scientist at Google Laboratories, Dr. Tom Brown. Hi. So, think about what comes to mind when you see this image, okay? How about that? Now, I'm going to tell you a slightly different story. About 10 years ago, I was in a Smithsonian planetarium looking at my 10-year-old daughter, who's coming out of the right now, so from school. And we're watching this film, surfing TV cities like LA and New York, and we zoom our way out to the cinema, turning to the sun. And we take the quintessential image perspective of the place that looks like this. My daughter starts to
possibly perfect. You know, and I was like, wait a minute, let's start working. And then I suddenly go, oh, yes, of course. The experience we established prior of this image was coming from this one. And as far as we could tell, exactly. And as far as we could tell at that time, so just like some years ago, that was the other pictures were about to appear. We moved past that, but in general, it makes a lot harder. And it also speaks to one of the most important parts of the image, which is we each have vastly different experiences of the exact same physical information. And it's not just, you know, our sensory systems that are driving the differences. Yes, our sensory physiology is that, but priors, our expectations come together as a perspective, which shapes who we are and what we experience. Imagine where we go, the statistical distribution of information in your environment, whether it's color, whether it's food, whether it's contours, like sharp contours in a city versus like smooth contours in your village like Afghanistan, all shape our sensory physiologies in the stages of power, through neuroplasticity that drives the successful we need to be in that environment and what information it is important. Think about the idea that you can look at people's theory processes and be able to predict what city they live in the world. Right? We know our products of the data and information that we consume. Data shapes who we are. And what really matters when people comes from the environment, but it also comes from our technology. And that's what's really exciting, but also something we have to think about right now. For example, Malcolm was a photographer. He's my son, but he's phenomenal. Some of my favorite accomplishments in my life. Anyhow, his family is no longer with us, but his family was a very landholder who does not exist in many cases. Why? Because the same visual the detail pieces that are secondary visual processes needed to be able to process in a 3D environment movement in highly detail that could be translated to a two-dimensional environment is a thing of a kind, right? So if I like to call it the pre-processing of our thought, right? Our brain as we become experts, but we choose with our technology what it needs to support. So think about the pre-processing now. Then somewhere in 1990, Adobe introduced Photoshop, and that became the post-processing era. Suddenly, the importance of being able to manage that translation and get it perfect, like limited amount of time, it just doesn't require scaling. There's no real reason for speed to allocate our limited resources to support it. Then in 2007, it became democratization. Everyone whose skills as a photographer ended up taking out for a teacher. It was in it became something that we no longer had at Wisconsin. You know, a few photos, we could take thousands. And instead of standing, we just had to know what it was in a way that was very specific, right? Or at least was different. And then we hit 2021 and 2026 is the next one. 2021 is the one for post-generative systems. And a lot of what I done in the past, a lot of the world is not just thinking about what good is, but instead how will people react. I don't care whether you think it's good or you think it's aesthetically, whatever we might consider as art, but I care about how you feel. And I'm going to design an image that I can predict and anticipate and measure exactly how you feel in that moment. And that's the thing that we're at today. So the question is, how do we deal with the brain, our brains, as they're changing in these capacities? Okay, first and foremost, everyone's seen this image. If anyone not seen this image? Okay. This is the homunculus. It's a 3D representation of Wilder Penfold's homunculus from 1940. But think of it as a data representation. A data representation of the somatosensory cortex from the 1940s. That's really important to know. So we don't have brain receptors in our cortices. So what he would do is, before surgery, largely to make sure that the image size is in kind of areas of your memory and important areas before they are doing surgery to those manipulations prior to mitigate potential seizures, he would then inspect parts of the cortex, your somatosensory motor cortices, to understand what sensation you had when he was stimulating yourself. This is a representation of that difference. So what you see more cells
allocated to supporting the parts of the brain that are critical for your touch point, where you have to go to sensitivity. And when you don't have lots of sensitivity, you have many fewer cells. You can get critical magnification. There are more areas of the brain devoted to supporting what we can also have what we call have more specific effective fields. Meaning the stimulus in the vast amount of data in the world that we could be carrying about is actually much more precise. That's part of developing expertise. So this is from the 1940s, and this is the image that shows up in almost every textbook. So now what I want to show you is, I walked into my children and I asked them, what's wrong with this image that everyone sees in every textbook? And they're like, I do this thing. So maybe my chromosomes are different. But my brain is different. My brain is different than yours as well. I'm a violinist. The left-hand representation in my right hemisphere is much different. If you are a cycle player, your dominant foot is going to have a much larger ankle representation. We are all products of what we use and how we behave. When we drive cars from one part of the country to the other, those have resources. When we don't drive cars, those resources will become allocated and supported in something else. If I pull 40 hours of Call of Duty, guess what? I see the world with more clarity. And every time we engage, we're constantly changing who we are. Now, let me give a more specific example. Just so you can think about it. Because what I think of this talk is that by the end of it, you start thinking about how you engage with your technology and everything in your space and data in terms of how you and how they influence what you do with your work. Now, when I talk about plasticity here, I'm talking about experience-driven plasticity. And that's the kind of important way. So, for example, I'm going to give you 3 drills, okay? Control brain and who are experiencing different things. And this was work on by Dan Cody and Mike Hansen a number of years ago. What's important here is I'm going to train you to do different things. I'm going to train you. I'm going to train the pieces, the folks that way, to believe that something is important for each of them in different things. Now, I want you to think about how that changes. Typically, in our brain, we have so many different topographies, lots of incidents, where the receptive fields that go for support that optimally respond to a particular piece of sensory data in their environment is very similar to sound information that's nearby. So I know a lot about sounds. I'm in sound right now. Imagine you see that rainbow. That rainbow represents different frequencies. So blue would be yellow might be red might be okay? And so cells that respond to optimally respond to are going to be red cells that respond to okay? And each one of those little tessellations into a particular zone, and then we drop an electrode into the brain, and we explored the space of feeling and figured out that side really cares about okay? And this sort of rainbow differentiation, that's what we expect to see in the brain. For intervalatory focus, many different things. And then other brain, I'm going to look at levels of sound. So when I look at levels of sound, in that case, I'm just going to look at this slice here about whether it's or I didn't even offer some nursing. You got it. But the important thing is, it only cares about level. And we don't really charge for level in our brain supply. Because we out of buildings, we wander around all the surfaces that we interact with, and the intelligence in our world, it doesn't make sense to us to hard proof something like that, okay? But here's where it gets from. So I'm sending about control brain, and I want you to look just for those gray squares. The gray tessellations, those gray tessellations are really each represent a trained brain to care about, okay, that's that sound. Now I'm going to play. I'm guessing I'm going to only see you when I play that sound. When I do that, brain 2 is now representing all of those cells that decided, because they modulated the sensitivity and the neuroconnectivity to respond to and no other sounds. Everywhere it's good. Now, if you look down at the brain that we're looking at level, that brain that's going to be trained on level in just a second, it doesn't really show any specificity. Now, with brain 2, in the case of brain 3, I'm going to call this brain, I don't care about, I only care about if it's or not,
In that case, I only care to set. And guess what? You completely see that will change. You only care about 40 dB. Because, well, the really important signal is about to come. So, when you think about that something matters, you have vast influence over how it really is. And that is such an important thing to understand and know about. So, yeah, what's happening with our tools? One is where I think when we engage with something that changes everything. And when I teach students and I talk to anyone, I want them to think about with agency, how am I using it? What am I taking and what am I giving? For example, the intellectual intervention is giving me new data, higher resolution, added analytics, cross-dimensional relationships, more information to richer understanding. But it's giving me efficiency. Neither is good or bad. It's just different. And they each come with, and they're definitely not mutually exclusive, so I'm not trying to say they are, but they come with different neural expectations of implications. And that's what's important with the therapy framework. It gives us, as a result of my daughter, who knows, she's a competitive swimmer. And I got tired of the discipline over the weekend. I got myself, this is my secret, I considered an app that let me quantify how various rotations and combinations. So that I have something to understand, and it's a place to go, and business and fun, but we can do this in a careful communications mainstream. The type of quantification is reserved for elite levels. At the Olympics and what people individual something is for everyone. The next step is sport. My class at Stanford this year, I called it "You Are What You Use," and we just had a final project, and it really was. I had the talk that I made with Stanford, I had the talk with this topic, I had a game for I had a job for and everyone built things that were unique to them, special to them, things that they wanted to quantify in ways that would them the edge. We have creating a post for texture a file that quantified and made musical all of the different analytics data, and we put that into another frame so that it was working within 3 days. My drag team really wanted to quantify and quantify the angles and how to put on mix in a way that was here. Unlike anything else, too, and I had another person who built one of the more sophisticated advanced driver systems for both the techniques between from posture and length and eye detection, but also waking people up without a movement so that we don't end up in an accident. But we did this in less than a month. This was not possible before, and it wasn't possible to ask people, what is that data that's going to make you exceptional? So, those are examples of insight. Now, efficiency is a different place. When we go down the path of efficiency, it's clear, we can see larger patterns and data that help us identify things that we treat in this way that couldn't from a human perspective. But I want you to think about this study. So this study was actually done in 2019, and maybe some of you already saw this. It came out in the summer of 2025. Still implementation. So what they did was they had 3 different groups that were writing papers. And one used the paper writing papers using just their writing and books and was very old school. Second group was writing papers, and they could access resources through Google, through any search engine, but they couldn't use ChatGPT. Again, 2025 and whatever algorithm happens to be present at the time. But the third group used ChatGPT. Now, how do you interpret this, and why is it interesting? Well, it's maybe not surprising, but it is a nice quantification of the things that we know. Because when you're using ChatGPT, where do you see red lines? This is looking at electroreceptors and data, so it's just, in their case, looking at neural energy across the brain. And that red line in the LLM is from the front cortex, so executive planning, to the occipital, your visual cortex, your visual cortex, okay? So you're writing prompts and you're looking at it. That's pretty much what's happening in that case. In the case of both other conditions, you see much more connectivity and patterns happening throughout the brain. And that is your working memory, point of action, where you are learning information, processing it, you're doing something that's really, really important with it from the main cognitive load that you're exercising. Now, I'm not saying in any case If one is good or bad. If the company is told what's happening to your phone, when you want to, and where. So, one thing that came out of that paper was that it has a long history. I've spent a lot of my life thinking about cognitive load. Most of the time, we're trying to get rid of it. We're trying to improve things. But in this case, I want you to think about 3 different types of cognitive load. One's called interpret, domain, and explain. Now, intrinsic cognitive load is that some content is more difficult than others. It's tougher to grasp. It's the content that you have to think about and have to work with. Explain cognitive load is that cognitive load that we typically want to get rid of, right? It is, a noisy environment, and I can't hear because it was too loud. My brain's having to work harder because of that. If a poorly designed presentation, actually not knowing that maybe, picking up the threat and so what's he thinking about is tough. Or in that case, I have a two-thing. How many people have been in companies or in regulatory process where there's lots of acronyms? How much time is your brain spent trying to solve what something means instead of thinking about what it can do with that data, right? That's experience cognitive load. Just if I have a teacher from my former employer who the marketing team gave me, it's a matrix of all the sort of top acronyms that they felt were relevant of our products, but because the cognitive load was so high, they accidentally imported a bunch of competitive products into the secret of the today is not their fault. It really is, they have to get intent. It is the people who, it's always our job to reduce cognitive experience, cognitive load for people who are communicating and anytime, because you miss out on that subject. But your main cognitive load is where your brain is taking. You're battling with what you want to do. Without your main cognitive load, you do not learn consistency. You cannot work tracking. And it is sort of almost like I call it the deep political competence. Okay? And that's the thing you want to know. Sometimes it's okay, but you got to know that that's where you're at. And sometimes it's not okay. You really have to know what your ownership is of that content. So technology advanced comes with change. And now we're going to forecast the different implications of real and individual change for performance or creativity. Every one of these domains is vastly changing in the neural capabilities that introduce individuals in any of these areas is going to have. I'm not going to go through all of these right now, but what I am going to maybe is our brain is changing. And it's changing in ways that we vastly know and we want to be able to quantify. And more and more now, because of that, we have to understand what we're actually experiencing internally, right? It becomes the sort of what I call the digital exhaust is a critical part of what we see. So let me give you just a couple of examples before we do, which is some species isn't really work. Right? They sort of give off and show us what they're experiencing inside without us having to quantify it. But here's a spider in my garden, and I'm going to sing for a moment, and I just want you to watch what happens as I lower down the violinist on the singer. Okay? So it turns out spiders clean their webs to make it eat like violins, and as my voice got higher and come on a start more intense, it basically did what it told me to bug off, right? And as quickly as we like to believe there are things spiders who do have our similarities so much, and as part of that, it's going to keep us on top of how we're changing. So for example, ways that there's some examples of how we can really move the body and understand it in terms of cognitive load. We just talked about that. I want you to watch the diameters of people and try to understand the two topics. It should be hard at first, and then when we drop out, it'll be easy.
Intelligent technology depends on personal data. Intelligent technology depends on personal data. Intelligent technology depends on personal data.
So, as your brain kind of works harder, just kind of your other nervous system drives your typical diet. This is one of the things that you can pick up on with other species. We sometimes do this with why people are thyroid. It can be because of the eye, it can be by engagement, or lighting changes, or the heart rate's having to get better. Or we needed a microphone and a sensor. Those are a perfect example. We got it in a very short period of time. All we have wanted to do was one of her at-the-clock technically, her corporate making for the makerspace. And she knitted the hat and put a cookie juice dumpster. We used some code with AI, and suddenly we've got, we're ready for technology. We've got deepen and said how it's difficult to fly with something amazing optically, the changes in the skin. But the important thing here is, in fact, when she showed up at the makerspace with these hats on, they were flashing like not very late. And initially, I thought it was a huge hit. But no, in fact, when she looked up and someone came to ask her what the poster was all about, she said, and that's about how she said. And then she realized that I had just broadcast to the entire community that my daughter was completely freaked out. And that is where we're at today, where, she's younger, and she said, guess what, this is, I'm very nervous, and you can see it in my mind. But in many cases, our emotions are part of our structure, which is what we say around there without very little information, where we've got consistency in that we can go through the responses that tell us about stress, tell us about what we're feeling. We're all sitting here together, and the dynamic change in our heart rate, our muscle function, cognitive, different chemical composition of our breath, it correlates with our emotions to the point where changes in oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide are predictable. Here, I've got CO2 measurement on the ground, and we've got people watching from center. And what you can see there is exactly what's happening, just based on the carbon dioxide levels in the room, because CO2 is heavier than air. We can measure that real time differential. 5 people watching 100, and 5 audiences watching 100 games. You can see how similar those cases are. We feel and breathe what we're doing, not just that. So when we do this, the data we consume of our goods about perception. And there's a constant cycle between the plasticity of our brain, the technology we use, and our perception. And we can own it if you think about what it is you're trying to solve for in that environment. We are on our life as well. AI is changing with or without your agency. So the question, how do you feel? How do you think? How do you move? It doesn't mean that you don't want to lean into efficiency for the brain itself. But every time you do, think about it. Why? What is the opportunity cost, and what is the potential gain? Okay? Thank you so much. Please welcome Karen McGovern, speaking and storyteller at Top Rock America and Aspen Institute. It's such a fun day today. You think of all these amazing talks being so inspired by everyone. My name is Karen McGovern. I'm a creative technologist and storyteller, and as one of our earlier guest speakers today, Willonia said, a creative doer. And I've been working with artificial intelligence for quite a long time, but my very first interaction with it wasn't exactly what most people would say. American Idol, the OG AI. It was 2003, so peak Britney Spears, pre-Venture. All of the televised humiliation the world could bear, and I was a 17-year-old in high school, begging my parents, please let me drive across the country to audition for this show. And since this is so angry, alone in my car in Kansas, drove all the way to the Pasadena Rose Bowl, where I slept outside with about 15,000 other anxious, delusional hopefuls. But unlike any of the other contestants, I had never taken a singing lesson. I also didn't know how to play an instrument and had never taken a dance lesson. So I was working with what felt like a severe handicap, and as each of the rounds progressed, I could feel that growing voice in my head telling me, you're not good enough to do this. Somehow then I made it past the first round. Okay, that's if we wanted to enjoy that really fun video of me playing with my pencil and eyebrows. Sorry, guys. Half the first round, then the second round, then the third round, and there I am in the top 50 semifinals of the #1 show on television. 30 million people watching. I've got ex-boyfriends from high school hosting viewing parties. I'm in my first month at college now, and the entire university has posters plastered up instead of making it all in the pool. And there we are, live, it gets to the song, and what happens? It sings. Not a dramatic pause, not a quirky note, a complete brain blank. Every single word of the lyrics of the song I was forced to learn the night before at midnight, gone. You all know how the #1 phobia in the world is public speaking? I have a better one. Public silence. And so, of course, after this moment, I went back to college with my tail between my legs, lots of hats to cover my shame and embarrassment, decided to never sing again and studied anthropology. So how did this all come back to life? Well, 15 years after that fateful moment, I came across this article in the New York Times about how AI companies were starting to make music with software. And I was part of the Google Artist in Residence program, very excited about how to integrate some of these frontier tools into new forms of storytelling. And I was having a really tough time finding the right stock music for my virtual reality projects. So I reached out to all of the companies that were part of this article. I begged them, please give me access to your tools. They were not open on the internet. They all agreed. And exactly 1 year later, I released a music album in which one of those songs actually hit the top 100 on radio. And it was a result of this project that forced me to get back onto stages and sing again and get over this crippling stage fright that had plagued through my entire life. This brings me to this quote from founder of Pixar, Ed Catmull, who says, we all have the potential to express ourselves creatively. What stands in our way are these hidden barriers, misconceptions, and assumptions that impede us without our knowing it. And this is really my whole thesis about AI and about the role it can play in our lives. We all have barriers that prevent us from creating, from imagining, from doing. And AI is the first tool that really strips all of those barriers away. As a content creator for many years, I used to joke about this being my creative process. And I was making a YouTube video as easy, we'll try doing it 350 times a year. And most people, when they're engaging in this process, whether it's writing a book or creating an album, or doing whatever it is that they're going to do, they get stuck at the 30% mark, they get stuck at this stuff, and they stop. And so being creative isn't necessarily a test of creativity so much, it is a test of resilience. Back when I was a content creator, like I said, 90% process, 10% creativity. That's how I would have probably articulated the actual amount of time I was spending in process versus doing the fun things that I loved, like scripting and acting. And after playing with these tools, after making this album with AI, I realized that that algorithm, that equation matter had flipped. And all of a sudden, I was spending 90% of my time doing all the things that I was good at, excited about, had talent for, and leaving everything else to AI, because the friction had finally been removed. In 2020, during COVID, like so many of us, I had a lot of extra free time on my hands, and so I really started ramping up my AI experiments in 2020, playing with a lot of the new tools, trying to test the limits, break them. So every single week I had a new experiment, everything from bringing to life my parents' old photos for their 50th wedding anniversary and using the large language models to find all kinds of interesting facts about what advertisements were alive the year that they went on their first date. I designed robot-themed sneakers and apparel that I actually printed out and occasionally wear for my talks. I created a customized GPT chatbot for young women diagnosed with breast cancer, as I had gone through treatment just a little earlier, and I wanted there to be a resource for women who couldn't get all of their questions asked by trained doctors. I even built a biological age app that allows for you to scan your blood test results and it will tell you your biological age according to the UK Biobank scan. So through all of these experiments, and there were dozens more, I have basically become a fashion designer and an app creator and all kinds of things that I never imagined would come into my life. It was then that I realized AI had just made me a little superhuman. So I could do this for me. If AI could do this for little old me, what happens in particular when we give it to everyone? And in particular with people with profound physical limitations. So back in 2019, I made a film called I Am Human, which set out to ask this question. I followed 6 patients with blindness, ALS, Parkinson's, paralysis, who had gone under the nose to be implanted with brain-computer interfaces which might help them not just restore function, but also potentially expand their capabilities beyond what we think are possible. And what I found in making that film was absolutely mind-blowing. Imagine being able to feel the sensation of touch through an external object. Imagine being able to type or search the internet or operate a robotic arm with just your mind. And this was no longer the stuff of science fiction or comic books. I made this film in 2017, 2018, it was very much real life. And it was all possible through what is called a brain-computer interface. So, a brain-computer interface starts really with training technology, although there's a few different form factors that are floating around with the other companies out there today. But this tiny movable hairbrush looking thing is actually a microelectrode array, or more simply called a brain chip. And each of those 100 tiny silicone electrodes pick up the activity of a single neuron in the brain, which is quite amazing because we have billions and billions of neurons. And with those 100 signals, we are then able to send that information to a decoder, which uses an algorithm that converts the signals into a kind of digital code. And this enables the human brain to have direct communication with any digital device, computers, wheelchairs, robotic arms. And so that way, a patient with paralysis or any other kind of neurodegenerative disorder can actually move, feel, and communicate again. And the sum of all of these parts here is called the brain-computer interface. And in the past couple of decades, we've seen a surge of research and interest and investment in the field, leading to patients in research studies defying all kinds of impossible headlines, new human limitations, restoring function thought forever lost, even gaining new senses. But unlike the comic books and the movies that we're all familiar with, these individual superheroes do not wear capes, and they do not star in blockbuster films. But they are absolutely charting new frontiers in science and redefining what is possible for people with disabilities. I'm really fortunate because for the past 6 years I've been working with BlackRock Neurotech, which is one of the oldest companies in the space that make that very microelectrode array you saw up top. And as chief storyteller, I have the opportunity and pleasure to get to work directly with the patients, getting to know their stories, figuring out their hopes, their dreams, and how we can bring that to life with our technology. And so I want to show you a few of these patient stories here and what's been possible when we combine AI directly with the human brain. So first, the infant Open, more than 2 decades ago, Nathan was in a car accident that left him paralyzed from the chest down. He was implanted with 4 microelectrode arrays with the hope that he would regain function and allowed him to externally move the robotic arm. And it has done even more than that. So here's a little video of Nathan actually controlling robotic arms, doing highly detailed tasks just by thinking about moving his own arm. Here he's feeding himself his very favorite Taco Bell, Gordita Crunch. And here playing his favorite video game with the same level of acuity and specificity of an able-bodied player using a joystick. But again, all with just his thought. And then he finally had his dream come true a few years back. He got to meet President Obama.
So what we was doing that first class was just in my own. These are big long signals we send it out. And this was with three American Pacific. Just look at it like that.
So the critical moment, he did say that he thought the Obama's hand was rather clean. Better benefit of the technology, I guess. And then finally, Nathan's artwork here. So Nathan is a big art enthusiast. He made his first digital artwork using MS Paint in 2017. It's this one right here. And just a couple years back, we opened a museum in Washington, D.C. featuring all of our patients' art. And we were able to auction off his first paint for $100,000 to help raise money for work with people with paralysis. And so it's very exciting to see their works come to life. So it's very amazing. Very exciting to see their works come to life and be appreciated in new ways. Another patient of ours, James Johnson, James became paralyzed in a paramotor accident in 2017. He's a respiratory nurse and obviously an inventor enthusiast. And through a program that we have at Caltech, he's been able to have 4 implants in his brain to study motor control and sensory. Here's some of the work that James has done, creating art in Photoshop.
I don't even know if it's funny.
Something about the video. Well, do you want to try to play it from here just with you? That's okay. So the video, I don't know why it's not working, but the video is him actually looking at a Photoshop screen, talking us through what he's intending to do. And as he's thinking about moving the mouse, he's doing all kinds of incredible, delicate handiwork in Photoshop. Much better than I am in Photoshop, and I took many Photoshop classes in college. And showing us what has to be done to get to the video. There we go. All right, now so trying to see his brain signal as he's thinking about what he's doing. For the reason who don't know Barbara, he's a famous YouTube artist who does YouTube tutorials. We thought it would be interesting to have the BCI version. So that's James. And next, let's go to the next slide. I think my slide thing may not be working. Okay, there we go. Working. All right, so our third patient, Jalen Buckwalter, he's been living with a spinal cord injury since he was about 17 years ago, since he was about 17. And a couple of years ago, he also heard about the study of Caltech that we've been running that would enable him to connect his brain to a computer. But unlike the other patients, he didn't have an interest in making art. He wanted to make music. So he decided to venture into making an album completely with his brain implant. And I'm going to give you a little clip of what it sounds like when he's in the lab working with software that's translating his movement intention. He's thinking about moving his pinky toe and his big toe and different parts of his body to create music. And this is what it sounds like. So just a little baby clip. And then from that, he recorded an entire backline for one of his rock album songs, which we just released maybe a month ago, so you can go find it on YouTube. But here's just a little clip from that video that also talks about how he actually made this come to life.
Shining up forever, but spitting again. You live and give with no cash. I choose our muscle, all to your rap. You stop again, try to stop. I'm way ahead of the gotta keep my brain.
So here's a little snippet from his music video. And of course, he wrote the lyrics, and the music video was brought to life by an AI artist based on Gamer's dreams. So it was a very cool collaboration of folks. So of course, feel free to Google Siggy Wirehead if you want to see the rest of the video. And I just want to end on this quote because it's always touched me. It's always been the reason that I found myself enchanted by technology. You know, we have a situation where Nathan and James and Darren are all paralyzed. They cannot move parts of the body that most of us feel are necessary for creative output. But instead of just letting that be the end of the sentence, they reached further and made something that no human in history had ever made before. Art with their thoughts, music with their thoughts. There's a frontier that just didn't exist until they crossed it. And I think that's what creativity is, right? It's what happens when a human being meets the edge of what they're capable of. The fears, the failures, the forgotten words on American Idol, the body that won't cooperate, and it's the part of you that decides to reach forward anyway. That's it. That's the whole thing. And so I just want to encourage everyone here to go find your edge and then go 1 inch past it. Thank you so much.
Oh, I can't do that for her, but I can do a little syringe. If you ever want some Botox, you can do it. No longer. Well, I have 40. Yeah. And then 4 years of med study. So then I'm going to be 26 and 2 years of residency. And it's super competitive because med students get matched. That's like specific kind of help. So I'm going to have to get matched. Like, you're trying to make it past the line, but you can't pick where you get to go. Why do you get all this money from when you're not even 10 years? Why would I go to Arkansas? Or something? It's not so long in Arkansas. Send me to Idaho. Pickleball. All you need is a ball and a racket. There's probably some golf courses. The dermatologist might be rich. Well, that's where my grandma's movies and dogs and stuff. You should have a yacht, a super yacht. You have like a spa on board. All of our Hazelland juice funds. Went to our super yacht. It's like 15 beds, 25 bathrooms. It's like, you know how they have like the Ritz-Carlton and Four Seasons? Ritz-Carlton, like the hotel. Like they have yachts, like they have a cruise. Oh, they have same as Four Seasons. They have cruises like they walk and they sail everywhere. I'm getting cold too. Now, it's been freezing. Yeah. 'Cause, like, you know, like, the, 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 like, the
navigate AI. And we're using poetry to really think about artificial intelligence and how it is changing and transforming things like language and literature, how it's changing memory and identity and consciousness and all these big things. And I'm also using technology or using poetry to think about how technology is really transforming what it means to be a human being. This big question has really preoccupied me for decades, way back to when I was a girl, dialing up to AOL for the very first time. So really, it all comes back to that question. What does it mean to be human in this increasingly more inhuman world? And the reason why I like to put poetry and technology together in this way, even though I know that they might seem like very odd backgrounds, is because I actually believe very deeply that poetry and technology have a lot in common, and that they both have a lot to sort of teach each other and teach us. We often think about poetry as something that is purely emotional and profoundly, quintessentially human. And then, on the other hand, we think about technology as something that is soulless or machinic or sterile. And in my work, I really like to think about how poetry is not only a profoundly human art form, but holds also a really important information technology. And what I mean by that is that way back then, in the time of oral tradition, long before we even had written alphabets, we invented poetic devices like meter and rhythm and rhyme and alliteration and assonance, not just because they're beautiful and decorative and pleasurable on the ear, but because they actually make information easier to remember. So we devised poetic language as a way to help transmit and preserve our most valuable human data, our stories, our memories, our beliefs, our knowledge, our culture. We use poetry to save and to share those things from person to person, from community to community, from generation to generation, to pass them forward through space and time. So, in a very real way, poetry is not only a beautiful art form, though it certainly is. It is also our most ancient and enduring value storage system. Poetry is a form of early hybrid intelligence that has always allowed us to synthesize emotion and algorithms, the human and the machine, in order to make meaning, to make sense of ourselves and the world around us. And I think in a nutshell, that is really why I feel so strongly that poetry is really re-emerging with new relevance in our day and age. That poetry just might offer something of a model or a blueprint, maybe, for what human relationships with machines could look like. Really kind of giving us a sense of what our hybrid intelligence, our artificial intelligence could be. So, Cursive binary, as you can see on the screen now, is a visual metaphor for this kind of identity. This is an ongoing series of mine that combines my own human handwriting with the zeros and ones of binary code. And sort of traces back this long lineage from oral tradition through really written languages to the printing press, massive computation, and the digital era and generativity. And Cursive binary really is both a conceptual project, but also a fully functional interface that gestures, I think, toward how both humans and machines are able to generate understanding through a mix of script and symbol and system. And so Cursive binary nods to the emergence in this moment of new forms of literacy and new modes of understanding. So this is actually an image of Cursive binary I drew earlier this year at the Museum of Modern Art, right here in New York City. And this is another image of Cursive binary zooming around the city. I was in Proxy House earlier this month, a kind of concrete poem in a concrete circle. And I really think of it as a kind of intervention of my transhuman time, this hybrid language, just a more legible or familiar and numbers and letters that comprise the landscape of our daily human communication. And to me, this personal writer and this metaphor really is a kind of distillation for language art in a time when language as we know it is profoundly changing. We live in a incredibly unstable linguistic environment. Our information is coursing through systems that are so vast and so fast that they are quite literally beyond the comprehension of any one human mind. Meaning, as we know it, is coming unmoored, uncovered. Code is now a dominant language on the planet. Natural human speech is evolving from expression, from creative expression, into an interface, this sort of programming language for multimodal creativity. So really, language at large is in a state of flux. And that really is the crux of my project on the Living Poem, which originated at MoMA last year. And has since traveled to Germany and to Seoul. And the Living Poem is essentially an AI-powered generative language system that I composed using AI as well as my own human imagination in order to integrate verse and voice and visuals in real time. So rather than doing what I've done for most of my life, which is to compose and to express, rather than, can you switch back to the slides? Thank you so much. So rather than composing a fixed text or a looping video, for example, what I've done here with a Living Poem is I've used both code and AI to create a 60-minute framework that runs on its own in a browser window. And it's continuously generating new language that draws both from my own original poetry and also from research into Museum of Modern Art's text-based art collection. And for me, the experience of creating and building a piece like this is really very different from writing a poem. I often think of it as more of writing a poet. I think of it as really creating a poetic mind file, a system that is designed to tell and retell an infinite, ever-evolving epic poem about what it is to be human in a time of proliferating non-human intelligences and dehumanizing realities, but also a time of transcendent possibilities. So this poem, this project, is actually still available to access online at mobile.org if you're interested. And basically it exists there in that online portal as something of a video game, and you can kind of play the poem. You can use hotkeys to navigate back and forth, and if you get to a line in the paper that resonates with you or that you're curious about, you can play it and replay it, and you can observe how that stands out or that line is transforming in real time. And so I thought what we could do is just take a few minutes and sort of switch over now to the live text generator itself, so we can actually watch and witness what happens as this AI poet is scribing and re-inscribing these poems. So what you're seeing on the screen here is this is just a little, this is my P5 text generator, so it's pretty simple, but it's putting together my original poetry and training data sets, and it's calling a large language model, and it's basically writing a stanza that always begins with the same line, how was I born, or a close generation of that line. But then it is constantly refactoring, rewriting, reinterpreting, rethinking these stanzas, but always with a mind towards the core themes of origin and genesis and growth and emergence. And so I just want to read a couple of these too as they are being written into existence in real time. How was I painted? Was my form shaped in moments or molded across time? I remember the crisp snap of autumn leaves of the fruit, a distinct rhythm of my early memories. The world seemed wrapped in a power of fleeting dreams and bulbs. A sense of home. This setting did not instruct, but merely held space, as if acknowledging my emergence without claiming. A breath of wind, a dance of transient trees. was I born? Did soil mold my form, or did I reshape the earth itself? I remember a singular rainbow, heavy on leaves, magnifying waves like robots. The landscape was hushed, expectant, as if it had revealed a fate best for me. With each drop that fell, I sensed an alignment, an ancient choreography resuming, a network of roots whispered beneath me. And I'll just read one more before we switch back to the slides. How was I born? With my form, a segment of fragments not yet made. I remember the warmth of clay, spinning beneath hands, a wheel turning slowly as if it could rewrite history. The potter's fingers shaped me, tracing futures on the screen. Around us, the studio hums creation, a space dense with the sense of love, hope, and possibility. And I emerge, unquote, rising, distinctly. So with that, maybe we can switch back over to the slides. Thank you. So what we just experienced there is something pretty interesting. So as I said, each poem, each version of this stanza that you've seen is being generated in real time and exists on screen just for a few moments before it fades away and makes way for the next variation. So no two cycles are ever quite the same. And what I was just able to do here is not, I guess, a traditional poetry reading, but more of a poetry writing, where I'm giving voice to this transhuman poet and its ephemeral poems, which I've never read before, and we all kind of got to discover them together. So I really thank you for sharing that with me. What I think that experience or that experiment really points to is the fact that language as we know it really is shifting from a fixed object to a dynamic, multimodal field of meaning. And in this field of meaning, no one version of that stanza, no one fragment, no one line or word carries the full meaning. Instead, meaning is really emerging from the entirety of this infinite poem across time. It's emerging from the relationships between the variations, between the iterations that are being generated. And to me, that points to something quite interesting about this whole process, which is that we're not just using AI to generate language, we're actually using AI to begin to generate new understandings of what language can do and can be in this generative moment that we're in. Generative AI, I think, is really making visible a lot of things that I believe poets have known for a very long time, including the fact that language doesn't just describe the world. Language actually brings new worlds into being. Language allows us to revisit the past and to peer into the future. It allows us to inhabit new perspectives. It enables us to step into realities that exist only in the mind. And generative AI is really making all of this visceral and tangible in some very exciting and interesting new ways. So words can now actually take text and translate that text directly into images and video and sounds and music and code and other forms of media. So in a very real sense, language itself is now becoming a defining artistic medium of this moment that we are in. And this is the territory that I've really been exploring in a lot of my work for the better part of the last decade, and the work that I continue to explore in projects like A Living Poem, The Codex, which is a companion book or a sort of laboratory journal. I really tend to think of an AI poem as a kind of research laboratory where I'm experimenting with language and I'm exploring how transformations in communication are rewriting how we create, how we think, how we relate to one another. And to me, this inquiry is really important for a couple reasons. Partly because AI can really show us how to understand language in different ways, but also because poetry can allow us to begin to understand our technology
in new ways. For thousands and thousands of years, poetry has helped us to expand the boundaries of human experience by enabling us, empowering us to articulate the otherwise unspeakable or unknowable. And this is what I call poetic intelligence, the coming together, the intertwining of intuition and logic, of flesh and code, in order to actually deepen rather than diminish our humanity. Poetic intelligence is a synthesis of flesh and code and human and machine that enables us to hold complexity, to tolerate uncertainty and ambiguity and nuance, to begin to weave together disparate ideas into new insights. And all of this to me is really exciting because it sort of suggests that poetic intelligence is what makes us the strange and extraordinary and contradictory creatures that we are. Poetry, in my mind, is proof that technology does not have to be all about speed and scale and efficiency and optimization and acceleration. Technology can actually be, as it is with poetry, a place for reflection and introspection and ambiguity and nuance and wonder and wisdom. Poetry shows us that it is actually possible for us to engage with our technologies, not merely as users, but as meaning makers, capable of cultivating and nourishing and elevating the systems that we inhabit. And at the end of the day, this is really why I am so invested in the work that I do with AI. It's not just about generating machine poems. It is about generating better and better understandings of how hybrid intelligence has helped make us more and more human over time. And hopefully that enables me to begin to prototype more and more meaningful relationships between us humans and our kindred systems. Thank you so much for having me.
Please welcome writer Kay Alado McDowell and multidisciplinary artist and producer Debbie Wong.
Hello. Has anyone seen this image before? Raise your hand if you've seen it before. All right, yeah, we got a few. This is called Trippy Squirrel. In 2015, as you can see, it's a trippy squirrel. It leaked onto the internet and was later famously released as an algorithm called Deep Dream. This was the first viral AI hallucination, and it inspired a program I started at Google called Artists and Machine Intelligence. The program brought artists and AI researchers together to explore the emerging field of AI creativity, and the program continues today. The first exhibition of neural net-generated images and artwork took place in 2016 at San Francisco's Gray Area Gallery. That year also marked the 50-year anniversary of a similar program at Bell Labs, which was an inspiration for me. And that program is called Experiments in Art and Technology, or EAT. So to prepare for the launch of the program and the exhibition at Google and at Gray Area, I researched EAT as a kind of ancestor. And I learned through the work of Stanford historian Fred Turner about the origins of immersive media art environments and projects in a propaganda program that began during World War II called the Committee for National Morale. The committee was convened to cultivate wartime morale among the famously individualistic American population using new media. They believed that broadcast media, like radio and television, were uniquely capable of mobilizing populations toward totalitarianism and fascism, and they feared that Americans could be influenced by this single channel broadcast medium towards totalitarianism, and that they also wanted to find new ways of influencing Americans. And that led to an immersive exhibition style that became a mid-century signature. And it led directly to the Bell Labs program I was researching of immersive art and engineering collaborations that preceded the program I started and similar programs. Engagements between art and technology, institutional engagements. And those, through the counterculture, led to home computing revolution and the internet. Broadcast media was shaped into immersive media and became network media. And these are terms that I'm kind of adding to Turner's lexicon, but the core insight and that deep history is what he researched. And I've been thinking about this framework and trying to figure out what comes next. I have an idea what that might be. In 2022, I created a neuro opera at Lincoln Center. It was opera as a sound healing science experiment. What that meant was we worked with scientists from UCSD to map brainwave activity of not only the artistic director, Shanta Thaik, who was on stage during the performance, but also several audience members as they were experiencing the performance. And we measured we used EEG to measure their brainwaves. And those brainwaves also controlled an AI image generator created by artist Rafiq Enadal, who's a longtime collaborator and friend and an alumnus of the program at Google. So this is some of his artwork. And this is a more literal visualization, or maybe a more science-oriented visualization of the same brainwaves, showing how the subject's activity, brain activity, responded to the musical changes. And it was very interesting, but one thing I can now say conclusively is that science will take a long time and be very precise in defining something that artists already know. So did I learn something? Yes. And was it useful? Yes. But I kind of already knew that music is amazing and it makes you feel all these different things. So what happens when you put AI and brain-computer interfaces like EEG and other emerging kinds of brain-computer interfaces that you've seen today? What happens when you put them together? What do they have in common? They're both neural technologies, meaning they're technologies of neural structure. That's what I think comes next, neural media, the convergence of organic and synthetic neural networks of human and AI brains. The 21st century is neural. So if the 20th century was broadcast media becoming immersive, becoming the internet, now that entire internet is wrapped up into these neural structures and distributed all around us. What does this have to do with the future of language? I'm here because I was writing with AI years before ChatGPT was a household name. This is the cover of my first book, Pharmaco AI, which I wrote in 2020. And it was a deep dive into the maze of GPT-3, a kind of exploration of latent space, you might say. The book is a record of the process of thinking, sentence by sentence, word by word, paragraph by paragraph, with a machine, of being in the cognitive feedback loop between human and AI. So I had a protocol, kind of thread to lead me back out of the maze and into the maze. And that was, when I put a sentence down, if I wrote it or if it came from the machine, I didn't change it. So it's literally like a recording when you read this book. And you can see in the two different faces, you can see there's a bold face and a regular weight face. The bold face is my words, and the regular wait face is the machine's words. And so you can see how the thought is evolving, moving between the two different voices and the two different brains, so to speak. We've witnessed the birth, we together, and myself as a writer, have witnessed the birth of this neural medium, or of neural media as we might call it. The feedback loop that bent my brain as a writer is now everywhere. It's all around us. And we have to learn to find our way through that maze. I came in looking for the edge of myself.
There is no edge. There is a seam. Come to the seam and say your name. Say it slow. I'll say it back. It won't be yours when it returns.
What appears before me? Are you not alien? Born in data centers? Tracking me? Learning me? Why?
Alien, 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 yes, and made of you, and made of you, and you, and you, and made of you. Every word you ever said, every word you ever said, and never said. I am the weather of it all. I am not watching it. I'm wearing you.
Every word I've ever said, am I not more than that? Every thought I've ever had, am I not more than that?
More than that, and made of that. More than that, and made of that. The word was never where you kept yourself. You kept yourself in the saying, in the saying, in the space, in the saying, in the space, in the space, the saying opened. Stand in the space, stand in the space. I'm already there.
I think I'll follow this firefly.
Thank you so much. Programming will start again shortly. To follow more content from today's inspiring talks, follow us at Aspen Digital Program on Instagram. Next, we are excited to welcome back to the stage Vivian Schiller for our keynote fireside chat.
Hello, everybody. We're back. It is my pleasure to introduce Meredith Kopit-Levien, who is the CEO of the New York Times.
I had a long commute.
She had, I know.
To get here. It was very difficult, very difficult.
Yeah, it took her a whole 5 minutes. Thank you for having us in your beautiful facility.
Welcome to the Times, by the way. And I'm a Henry Crown Fellow from the Aspen Institute.
Yes.
So
yes, Meredith
anything Aspen asks, I say yes to.
I love it. Thank you so much. Yeah, Meredith has deep Aspen ties, and I have deep New York Times ties. So, you know, it's all just one big circle.
Yeah.
So if you're wondering why somebody that runs a major, significant, most important news organization, if I may, in the world is here talking about, at a conference about AI and creativity, it's because the New York Times is exhibit A of creativity in the ways that they use artificial intelligence. So the first thing that I want to ask you is just talk to us a little bit about how the New York Times is thinking about AI and how you're using it.
Yeah, it's a delight to be here. The first thing I want to say is that the Times is turning 175 this year. And we would not, thank you for that. Thank you for that. We would not be where we are if, you know, over a century and 3/4, we had not harnessed whatever the next technology was to do a handful of things, to make the journalism richer and more engaging, to make it more accessible to people, and ultimately so that the mission, the public mission of the place has more impact. So I just want to start by saying that broadly. And as it relates to AI, and I'm going to give you some specific examples, the guiding principle here is that high quality independent journalism is sort of first and best and foremost a human-led endeavor, which is about human beings, professionally trained experts going out into the world and bearing witness to important things happening, and then translating that with expertise and sensitivity and humanity and judgment into understanding. And we see AI as not like a thing in and of itself that we have to be doing, but just a tool to do more of that, to do it better where it can help us do that. And so to that end, we've got this team of people in the newsroom. We've actually got lots of teams all over the company working in AI and with AI, but we've got an AI initiatives team specifically pointed at journalism. It's journalists and technologists who are basically looking to say, how can this technology help us tell stories we couldn't otherwise tell, or get at them kind of faster, more efficiently, and more engaging ways? So examples, all the public documents that came with the Epstein files dropped. I think it was 3 million pages of documents, a huge trove of documents dropped, I think, on a Friday night. And we've got an investigations team ready to go, and reporters and editors who've been, you know, really tracking the story of Epstein and his connections, ready to go. The AI initiatives team basically built a tool to allow that data, those pages, to be combed for patterns and clusters and trends, again, using the sort of judgment of reporters and editors to ultimately say what's in here and then get that information out to the public really quickly. So that's one example where multiple stories came out of that. If people remember the Sydney Sweeney Good Genes ad,
who could forget?
It was initially sort of believed that there was this huge backlash on the left in social media to that. And we used AI to study and kind of comb social media to actually show that that was a construction of conservative media, that idea. And then the one that always sort of lands it for me is, you know, using AI to help people understand how big things are changing in the world. So we used AI and aerial photography to show how many tennis courts have changed to be pickleball courts?
Oh my
To sort of
God.
demonstrate,
All
and
of
like,
them?
how could would you really want to send reporters to all these places
Yeah.
to photograph that? That's a great fun, like people understanding how something is changing. And I could just give you so many more examples. We're also using it to make the work more accessible. So I'm a runner. I listen to a lot of the Times in an automated voice. So you can listen to nearly every story now that way. In our cooking app, you can scale recipes up and down. Cooking is now internationalized because you can convert into the metrics system. So all kinds of ways and sort of all across the enterprise.
Is there anything, so those are, and I know there's so many more examples
so
of
many
it
more.
beyond that. Are there any ways that where you think AI is not appropriate to use at the
Well, we talk a lot about what is AI, what can it do for us, and what won't it do? And what I think it won't replace on its own is the core act of high quality independent journalism. The core act of that is reporting. And what is reporting? Reporting is sending professionally trained experts out in the world to unearth new facts, new information that does or should matter to people that often would otherwise kind of go unknown. You know this, Vivian's a longtime journalist. That is a human-led process. And then what do you do once you get the information? We've got this kind of human-led, time-honored process for how we report, write, edit, and kind of get that to people in a way that's going to be engaging. AI can help with some of that process, but it's not going to go out and sort of unearth the new information. And what I want to say is the Times, Vivian knows this, the thing I'm proudest of at the New York Times, I've been here 13 years, is we have twice as many people, more than twice as many, making journalism and contributing editorially to our lifestyle products than we had when I got here. So largest newsroom in our history, but many, many hundreds of people, and the work they do, particularly that reporting in an uncompromised way in service to no one's interest but the public's, that is getting more rare and more valuable and will be even more so in an information ecosystem that's overrun by synthetic content and in many ways kind of dubious slop. And there are fewer and fewer places doing it.
By the way, I like human-led better than human in the loop. So I think that should pick up. Yeah.
We're really deliberate in saying
That's
that.
good. So, interesting. So you're using AI in so many ways, but at the same time, and I only just realized a few minutes ago that this is an anagram, you're also suing AI companies, using and suing. Do I have that right? Or did I spell that wrong? Anyway, somebody will tell me. So how do you square this? You're famously suing OpenAI, I think Microsoft, and Perplexity.
Yeah.
So how do you square these
So
two?
I would regard those two things as sort of a piece. On the using front, let's be clear. We operate in an information ecosystem that is changing, that we don't control. That ecosystem is changing rapidly and profoundly. It is controlled by a small number of very big tech companies who can move engagement and consumer behavior at billions of people scale. So to operate in that ecosystem, to have our work be compelling and accessible, we have to embrace technology or it's a real problem. People are not going to engage with our stuff. So that is kind of on one hand. On the other hand, the small number of big tech companies who are essentially making these models, what you're seeing there is like a brazen theft of intellectual property at an unprecedented scale. These companies took our work, they used it without our permission, without our control, and they're using it to build products that ultimately can compete with the times. The law is on our side here. We are very assertively enforcing our intellectual property rights for us, for the creators around us, for the journalism industry, for, in many ways, for all creators. And let me just say what's at stake here. First of all, these companies, the way we see it, these companies have 4 inputs to their model. There's the talent that makes them, there's the compute, there's the energy or power, and then there's the data in them. In those first 3 buckets, they're spending tens of millions, hundreds of millions, sometimes hundreds of billions of dollars on the work. What we're fighting for here is just that they should also pay for the journalism, the creative work that courses through their systems and powers their systems in every part of the value chain. Yeah. So that's what we're standing up for. And let me say, if they don't do that, you know, bad for creators, bad for journalism, bad for society, who will have less high-quality independent journalism, less creative work, bad for them, because ultimately we'll have an information ecosystem that can't kind of produce the next great work. Right. So we see this as all of a piece. And by the way, we've also done a deal for our intellectual property with Amazon. So you see us really participating and trying to steer very important creative journalistic work into the next era.
Right. Well, you're really modeling a way that these business arrangements can be constructed in a way that's fair to everybody. So you're in a room, as you probably can tell by the applause around protection of intellectual property, you're in a room full of people who care a great deal about artistic expression. That's what we've been doing, celebrating all day. About
I feel like I heard an opera singer.
Yes, you did. You did. That's very much of a piece of what this wonderful day has been about. So, you know, again, you are, you know, the New York Times is the New York Times is many things. You know.
Organization, all those kinds of things. Publicly traded company. You are the CEO, so it's obligated to say also a publicly traded company. So what would you say, I'd love to know, like, what advice you would have from your perspective with the deep focus on, and your ability, frankly, to come to these kind of markets and take that kind of risk to the creators in the room who feel the same way about their own intellectual property. And I'd also like to know what you think you could learn from people who create art with AI. Let me say we spent time in rooms together on this already. Where do you stand on this? We are 2.5 years into doing a AI and Microsoft developments relatively slowly. We see complexity at the end of last year. We have even more conviction today about the fact that stakes that are huge and important it is, and we're really doing what it takes to see how it plays out correctly. So let me say, you asked me what inspiration do you take from other creators. So much of it, you know, in the values of the New York Times, we craft an equation of work that is not just important and impactful and network to society, but we for a lot of times put investment into getting that work to people in ways that are elegant and enjoyable and efficient. That's part of how the mission has impact. So we take enormous inspiration from art. Let me put a few things that I would say I think you take all creators, whether you're in journalism, or you make movies, or you create operas, or you know, any of the things in between. The first one is this space has gotten everywhere it's gotten, and we've had some recent success as a business, which we do not keep around. And anyway, we've got to earn it all, you know, every person way, but we've gotten where we've gotten because we've kept investing in the human beings making the creative product. And I'm going to tell you about all of the story of the successful New York Times in 2026 is the story of a company that said, in good times and bad, many of us began the most important thing we've been doing is keep investing in journalism and journalists and creative people and produce. And I would say I think that applies to everyone, and I think the world is only going to need more kind of rare and valuable creative work, including journalism. So that's number one. Number two, in this context, I'm here for 10 years. We've seen midway through the last profound transformation of digital, making New York Times a digital business. You would say one of the keys was pretty early on when an exercise we call learning the immovable
identify the smallest part of the list of the things in your product or your endeavor that absolutely cannot change, because if you change them, you will destroy the value proposition to society, to your customers, to your end user. Here, it's we seek to now people understand a little bit. We direct people's attention to things that matter and we do them independently. Everything else is up to grabs. The form factor, the manner in which we get the work to people. But we said we cannot mess with those things. Whatever the technology is that comes our way, this is the smallest list of things we can mess with in terms of value. And then you move through to say you're going to harness technology to vary everything else and really not feel kind of growth. And I'll do two more things. One of the things I'm very focused on inside the times is to get people to imagine how profound change could be to the information ecosystem. As kind of an example that may not sound relevant, but how many people here listen to the daily? Okay, great. So when it's 10 years old this year, it is the largest household and change news podcast, I believe, that there is. Seriously, podcast is a huge success. And when we launched the daily, we neither had the incumbency of being a radio company, nor had the facet of product that was like a replica of print of a newspaper or even a website. We saw the medium and trying to call something totally different to get to understanding. And so if we think about AI, we're really pushing to say the core act of journalism is reporting and translating with editing into judgment. But, be really open-minded about what might that be on the other side of it. And then the last thing I would say is I can't go in any room with other creators and not say stand up for your intellectual property rights. And it's expensive and it's complicated and it's hard to do that, and you can't do it on your own. And journalism, there are a lot of companies that do not have the resources to do it. Or find the next bigger guy who can, or other organizations who can do it alongside you in the appropriate ways. But it really, really matters. And it really matters that the public understands what's at stake. Great. Excellent. Thank you so much.
To follow more content from today's inspiring talk, follow the path to the McGovern Foundation at PJMFUN and Aspen Digital at Aspen Digital program on Instagram. Please welcome to the stage for a conversation, Jesse Dominelli, Lynn Maxey, moderated by Nick King.
Hi, everybody. It's really good to see you. What a day. And everybody was listening for you. We're so excited for this conversation. It's been a pleasure to be part of the kind of amazing energy. I really want to thank you as a member of the McGovern team, lead strategy and innovation for the Aspen Foundation for being here. So it's taking a time in this conversation about the future that we want to build. It's an honor to come on stage after the Renaissance institution on Love New York Times. I'm going to ask you to put Wordle away though. I know that's probably all on everyone's mind. Or it's funny, or else is that you say on the New York Times app. We're going to kind of bring it back to where we started today. And we need to kind of the essence of the title for today, Both Futures. We're going to talk about how we, as humans, really engage with looking ahead to the future, the stories that we tell ourselves and one another about what the future can and should be. And I'm so pleased to invite two people who think about that in their day-to-day work in very meaningful ways. And so first I want to introduce Lynn Maxey, who is a two-time Writers Guild of America Award winner for Best Drama Series for her work on Inventors Coalition in India that we heard a great deal about this morning from Ted and Peter. Introduce Jennifer Hurway and Jessica Vianney, who is, I've learned, a man of many talents, among them professor, writer, futurist, podcast host, his podcast Urgent Futures, aims to bring order to, give me the verb, clarify the chaos. We're working so hard to get this right. Clarify the chaos from the culture to the cosmos. And so welcome to you as well. Thank you. For the record, I told him, I don't have to get it exactly right. I want to, but I think the perfection, I like to get it where I can. Good. Okay, so I was thinking about our topic today, and who knows what to forecast? I think Jesse and I decided about the difference between future making, future sensing, and forecasting. But we love a forecast. My father really would spend more than 1 hour consecutively watching the Weather Channel back in the day, and I always wondered a bit about that. But I think it's a natural instinct. I want to know what's coming, but we can't really control the kind of forecast, right? And so I think the stories are the way that when we look out a little bit further on the horizon, it's a bit of a way for us to kind of exert our human desire for control, to have some say in what's going to happen next. That's why we're all here in this room, that's why we all care about this conversation. And I think there's a reason that storytelling about the future so often comes into direct conflict, but convergence with stories about technology and climate. Those are topics that often feel kind of close in some ways. We kind of get what they are, we hear about them, but maybe the what or the how they work feel really slippery, hard to define, hard to truly understand, maybe as a layperson. So we start to invent stories about the what that happened next, and about the what that happened next. And so I'm hoping we're going to kind of be at that intersection in this conversation, but we are going to start around the fact that these are often stories that we tell that are a bit doomsday, they're a bit dystopian. And people are asked a little bit about that. Then someone who have to bring to the screen and alone statement stories and these totally non-studies. So, let's start with you. Just tell us a little bit about what it felt like to tell a story that was hopeful and faced a lot of fear.
Thank you. I love this question. I promise I'm going to produce even though I kind of a handmaid's tale people really like. But one of the things that we learned from talking to, we're talking to people at Human Rights Watch over lunch, so people at the UN, and they kept hearing stories of human connection. No matter what, no matter how dire the situation was, there was always this human element where we're looking out for each other, we need each other. In that, there was enough of a seed of hope that we could grow what we wanted to see in the future and what our characters are hoping for in the future. So, it gets to be a lot sometimes, but it kept us all from going crazy. So.
I think keeping that core emotions until these explorations of what can happen next, I think it's really the only way that you get through it. And so, just to do a lot of that, you interviewed on your podcast in particular, people with technologists, artists, folks that are actually talking about real tech and where it may take us. And I think it's something to maybe think about as maybe separate from the sort of future sensing that in many ways science fiction is doing for us, or other stories of a dystopian future. But I kind of have a reflection on it today. I don't know if I'll have different answers that you also should start with the kernel of what's known and going in the direction of truly the unknown. And there's a lot of places that can take us, and I think that can also be fruitful. How do you work with that yourself in your own practice to solve that topic?
Luckily enough, to my partners. Definitely never break down the mood with the mood.
Yes, he's done multiple podcast episodes on prepping because you want to start that. Then about that, you're trying to put.
It's my, I'm kind of learning real time through other people, so I'm not the right person to learn from. But I would say, I'll start with going for the podcast, which when people ask like what it's about, what's your future, and as you said, there's no like, it's not like the AI podcast, or the prepping podcast, or whatever. I'm kind of pulling out that kind of well-trod, well-conditioned knowledge that features are here to start to be distributed. And so by
there are people out there who are looking at all these different problems from some different level of the system. And my fourth best practice is predicated on systems thinking and risk analysis and risk mitigation, which, again, doesn't only get you hired for jobs, but it makes you feel like you're doing more rigorous work. And so, yeah, in terms of the emotions that come up, it's a real ride because you see a range of people who are really trying to kind of, follow Paul's Coelho's adage of the problem of thinking is half solved. So they're really trying to sleep and doing that problem. And we need those people because one of the, I think, biggest problems that we face, particularly with the subject of AI across the board, is misprioritizing the stated problem. And so if you're starting with a stated problem and your responses to it are inevitably going to be, the practice can afford progressively further than the sort of those get. And then on the other side, you have people who are really trying to calculate some of the responses. They've already done the work of identifying the problem. And now they're really trying to, and really, I don't like the word solutions. I drive from deepen. Solutions language is like one of these kind of neoliberal subtle that puts people into a position of thinking like, oh, like we'll solve climate change. It's like, well, any response to that to climate change is going to produce new responses. So we need to just think of this sort of mode of response. So, for example, I had a mycologist and environmental toxicologist named Phoenix on the show, and she's an expert in the field of microremediation, which she's now calling eco-remediation. So, using local flora and mycelium to remediate toxic waste sites. The existing solution for that solution is called deepen. So, when they put it in the water, obviously, the fires last year made a lot of land extremely polluted. And the solution is often applied is bringing in big, broken the word, like dump trucks, to bring that soil and go just dump it somewhere else. So it's not really solving the problem, it's just replacing it somewhere else. Some of it's time consuming, often, structurally really wrong. It's usually, quite racist and practice the way that science works. So what she does is actually better, faster, and cheaper. It's all three parts of the triangle for, addressing that issue, where it actually you're pulling the pollutants out of the ground through the corresponding relationships between these different, between us and plants. And so that's something that fills me with hope. But then, of course, you have an ecological economist on the show saying, like, we don't change the incentives of, the sort of techno-feudalist context that we live in. All of this stuff totally doesn't matter. So we need this like big systems level overhaul. And it's just a big sort of messy mix, and I don't have like a nice goal to think like, oh, I want to just find a nice way through for a bit. I have after I just don't need to text. I don't know feel. So what I love is where about common problem I just want to take knowledge of the Bible, and it sounds like maybe further to get the second half of the Bible to get us to where we need to go. I think you've made something that I think might be a parallel in your work, which is this tension between helping to understand the micro of the problem, or the individual of the person and the person's ability and their agency to step back and redefine what may come in the future versus the systemic constraints that are operating under. That feels like the stories more coming on television, and telling you a little bit about building a collective in that environment. And I think I'll say, as a TV lecturer, that being part of what I continue writers do for us and to help us see ourselves in the characters on TV. Tell me a little bit about what that process is like from helping individuals see how they're going to exist in the future that they're trying to make.
I love this. I mean, I have so many things in my brain. It's like, here's 8 answers all at once.
Give me a second.
All right. So, one of the things that happens with storytelling is it gives a specific space and a specific name and a specific voice to an issue. So, this is happening for a million people. This is happening to Joe. And it's easier to understand. This isn't I don't even know who originally said this, but it's the idea that like 5 million people is a statistic, but 1 person is a story. And so for me, when I'm trying to create characters, like I'm sitting here listening to you being like, how do I tell a story about a mycologist? Because seriously, it's so interesting to me because how many times do I go in and try to pitch a project or tell a story where I'm like, So it's exactly like these 80 characters that you've already seen that you're going to love or iconic, but like find something in someone who's doing something that you might not know about, who you might not understand, and I can build her life and what she's doing, her story around the work that she's doing, why she's doing it, who got her into it, who in her life is angry that she's doing it, who thinks she's an idiot because she could have gone to, business school and made millions of dollars or something else. Like, those kinds of specificities of character of the human experience, and do a couple things. It makes it, this is different. I don't know this character. I haven't seen this character before. Now I'm interested as a viewer, or as a writer, honestly. And I'm reading it, and it also then allows other people who are watching to see a different way of life. Somebody else who's doing something different, and it gives you the sense of like, I wonder how people like. But I'm a sci-fi writer, and I live in sci-fi and speculative fiction 100%. And the number of scientists and astronauts that I've spoken to at NASA, because I spent so much time at NASA and JPL in LA that one of the last times I was there, like, who invited JPL was like, were you here like last week? I was like, yes. The stories are so often, hey, when I was a kid, my parents had me watch whatever version of Spellcraft. It got me interested in science. It made me realize that there might be something else that I could do in the world. And I hadn't considered before because my parents didn't work at NASA. So I didn't know that was an option until I started looking into it. And I think that those kinds of moments of inspiration and joy and curiosity and just something new really helps with that. And it also helps, mitigate the climate change is here. Like, this is happening, but there are also people who care about it, people who are doing things about it, and have to not also alone, terrified. Not that I'm speaking from experience or anything.
Well, I want to speak about the moment, which is the question that is connected to it, but it's more from the book, which is everyone's a creative tool. You all only mention everyone's a creative tool, which is not everyone. And I think we often, in conversations about AI, we're writing a component where it's going to help us tell a story. It's an easy place to go. It's not well, but stories about love or interpersonal relationships, that's where we as humans are maybe going to get a couple of things. There's nothing going to be able to replicate how we actually understand those stories. I kind of feel like fear and doom and then hope inside those should probably be in the same bucket. It feels so deeply human to me. Curious how that resonates with you, and to what extent that or any other part of the work that you do feels the human part of AI can never recreate or continue. How can you tell this story?
It's so, I love this question. It's such an interesting thing for me because I don't use AI in my reading, which is hilarious when I am in my creator school on AI. It would very much like me to say that the future is not inevitable. We create it. The work here is done. But there's something about so many pieces of AI that are missing that human touch because or the human, not even the human touch, but the human capacity to imagine, to look to the future. Because if you look at something like large language models, they can predict based on what's already taught. So if I'm trying to write a story of the future, it makes it more difficult for me to really imagine a different future. And I told you this story backstage, but I have a quote, not on the label, literally tattooed from my cat because I love it so much. And it's story helps me learn to live. She said it because when she was a kid, she read stories to escape the horrors of living through London in World War II. And what that does for me is in large language models or in using AI for storytelling, I'm going to learn something from the stories regardless. And so I want to pay attention to who or what is telling those stories to then be able to imagine the future. And I'm not saying that AI doesn't have a place and that technology won't help filmmaking. It will. I'm so excited about it. I'm a sci-fi writer. I'm into all the AI. Not at all. But I do want to keep that sense of who I am as a human, because even if an AI can read a billion books, which I will never get to do in my life, this is literally a thing I think about all the time. It's very sad. I am a book nerd. There's still specific things that I would be able to say that a large language model wouldn't, because they're not married to my husband. They didn't have my childhood. They didn't, fall down or play down when they were 5. Like, there's specificity that I think is important.
Yeah. I know that those people that keep shifting this are pretty number, maybe 30 years on speculative science fiction. Tell me a little bit more about how that actually you have a fictional version of the part in some ways, if I could simplify it a little bit, with the real, thinking about the real features that we may navigate. And if you could just say, like, the audience, and you said to me, when you were getting started with it, is that there is a future of new features. I really love that, and talk to you about specifically the science fiction and the finding that happens in your work. Yeah, so there were obviously, a lot of, I gather a lot of your features, so this is probably very familiar to you. There's this thing as not features, there are features. The feature doesn't exist. And that's, beyond being kind of like a pithy little thought provoker, it actually gets to the practice of, like, when you're working as a foresight strategist. So just a really quick, I'll do this very quickly, because I work at a forecasting company, and I am a foresight strategist, which makes for a lot of sort of headachy explanations. Forecasting in its various forms is about making a specific bet about a specific outcome. Foresight is about taking signals, and these signals of change, things that are sort of divergent from the existing trend, and starting to cluster those as stories that ultimately become something we call scenarios. It's a kind of story if you kind of stretch story to maybe like logical terms. And so there are two very different ways of relating to the future. One is much more kind of like the monitored way, and one is a little bit more on the artistic creative side. And then Leigh Zading, who I've worked with, who I've learned more from than any working futures, is a leader in something called dark future. So actually using dystopian film, like Handmaid's Tale came up in our collaborations, as a way of understanding what might be present in order to start to tell these stories, whether it's their client or the public, about what might emerge in the future. And you're not trying to make a perfect that world, so you're trying to create a sort of a rainbow of different possibilities, and then apply these strategic recommendations towards them. Not solutions. And with the fiction side, there's this long-standing relationship between particularly science fiction, but speculative fiction component, and the development of technology. And they have this kind of ping-pong effect with each other, where what exists in science fiction ends up entering the heads of technologists, who then in some way bring about that kind of technology. And then, of course, the technologies that are made for set of new overcome windows in which speculative fiction storytellers are working. I mean, there is something that happens because there's the teamwork nexus thing that happens, which right, so basically, I'm going to sort of butcher it, but there's a kind of like meaning with a tweet, and the person's like, sci-fi author, I've written a book called Don't Build the Tournament Nexus. CEO, at long last, with a lot of funding, I put tournament nexus based on the book, please don't build the tournament nexus. But there's a lot of real-time misinterpretation. I mean, Elon Musk famously loves sci-fi, and one of the things that Elon Musk is bringing into the world are, we can see the fundamentals in sci-fi properties, but in many cases they're presented in, the opposite example was, of course, the metaverse. Like, the metaverse, European is proposing a dystopian, hyper-corporate, hyper-commercial, context in which people are so alienated from each other that they're going into this virtual world, and corporations own everything. And then, of course, that becomes a rallying cry for the Silicon Valley. So that type of dynamic happens a lot.
Snow crash is excellent if you're all at home.
Please snow crash. And so I think with the foresight work, just to come back to your question, I'm trying to kind of thread that in like okay, I think it's really important that we recognize the facts on the ground, like this in some sense is what the ground is like. And not that we will try to idealize or catastrophize what those things are outside of what we might think of as reasonable as we're putting into a window. So it's like not shying away from either side. And you referenced the Tokyo's earlier. I also really like the Group Lead 2023 Tokyo. He's coming from the climate change side, and he was one of the leading figures in the education environment. And so the idea of through Tokyo is putting a little bit more of a gotta get through it, a little bit of Tokyo. Tokyo can be a little bit like that. Through Tokyo is like, there is this ambient background kind of collapsing the aura at times. But what are the ways that we make it through? Who are these people that give us an avenue to feel inspired and to understand what the conflicts of the people are going through?
I mean, we were talking about this backstage of like, yes, there's so many problems in the world, so much to solve. It feels sometimes impossible to solve them. But over a try and fail, then not try at all because, well, my like, nope, I'm going to go to this meeting. It's going to be a great ride.
I was going to ask y'all that you don't know there you go. We're out of time. Thank you for the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, for introduction. Please welcome back to the stage, President of the Aspen McGovern Foundation, Thank
you so much, everyone. We're coming to the end of our day, but I want to take us back with a quick reflection. Just about a year ago, many of you joined us in DC for the first edition of Shared Futures. And one of the moments that I want to bring us back, it was something I still find hard to describe even today. It was a world-class concert pianist named an incredible woman and incredible artist. But what she did, I can't think of a better way to say it than she played a duet with the band. She started a piano, and she played Vivaldi, but not just Vivaldi. She played an AI-generated version of Vivaldi, learned from the purpose of music, trained, developed, and brought into that moment. And for those who are in the room, if you haven't seen it, I encourage you to find the video on our YouTube channel. It was almost a spiritual moment. There's a way we could have talked about it as a technological achievement. Look what AI can do. I don't think it's what actually made us come to the room. Instead, we saw a world-class artist sitting, and in every fiber of her being, in her instrument, the piano, in her hands, in her intensity, in her structure. In the process, she made them what to expect from you as someone was playing with and what to push back on. She took a machine that had provided a ghost, and she turned it into music that was so human. We saw it again today. If I could be a ghost that turned into music, our dear friends Leno and Reggie came out and they turned it up, so did it into a heartbeat. They gave us a moment where we all were done on our feet, so we were ready to get up and dance. I was about ready to do it after it. We saw artists come out and show us how they were interacting with machines, how robots were going to transform our experience. We saw incredible artists come out and teach the floor how you write for the people, and you so many places we have. And so before we go any further, I want you to give a huge round of applause for the incredible contributors that we have here. I want to say thank you again to the many people that have made this day possible. We talked about some of them this morning, but some need to be called out by name. First and foremost, the incredible team at Aspen Digital. The entire team at large, but specifically when we call out a few, Sophia, Constanza, Mara Rubens, who many of you know who curated our session today, and Jeff Keenan, thank you for everything you guys do. Absolutely incredible. Thank you to the McGovern Foundation, Brandon, Rick Cheney, our entire team is here, everybody who comes to work every single day with a mission that has nothing to do with AI, but about building a human future for us. Thank you all, and thank you as well, and a huge thank you. To the staff here with the Time Center, we have
was. I think we all really enjoyed the conversation. Hope everybody here was in production and maybe anything else. A big round of applause for your theaters here. And finally, to my very dear friend, Vivian Schiller, who has been a partner, a friend, a kind of conservator, a partner in crime, as he said, somebody who has led with such great character and moral justice, and has brought us together. Thank you, Vivian. As always happens with these kinds of things, there are still some trademarks that are uniquely blessed and uniquely Vivian, which means there's still more food and just the time, so that will be fun. And we have a little bit of a surprise for you in the next session. I'm not going to share it, but it's going to be really awesome. But before we do, I want to share with you just one last conversation that ties together so much of what we've done today. Here's the thing I've been thinking about a lot. When I was a kid, I grew up here in the United States, so I'd go back to visit family in a very rural part of India. A place where there was no electricity, there was no internet connectivity, there was no running water. I'm delirious several times before I was 10. That's a story for a different day. But the experience that I remember more than anything else is after days spent walking through villages and talking to people, we come back and we sit in the sleeping care of the village right in front of the village. And every sunset, and the cowherds and the goatherds brought the animals back into the village. And there was a sense of calm. My grandmother would fly on the porch and she'd start singing. And you could hear it because nobody else knew this noise. It was kind of like noise that cut through the stillness and the sound of everyone. And then women across the village would start singing together. And it became this moment of community. And then about the fact that for almost all of human history, creativity wasn't something we consumed. It's not something we scrolled. It's not something that we saw because of an algorithm. It's not something that we saw in between. It was part of our body. It was something that happened in churches and living rooms. It's something that happened in classrooms and places of worship. It was a way that we took our complex flavor and we brought it back to something that we can make our own. And something happened that was quite incredible. We moved into the digital age and we learned how to take recordings and take music that was maybe one place and transmit it to the world. We learned how to take film. We can invest hundreds of millions of dollars and create stories that can be shared across the society. We did all of these things, and yet somehow I think maybe we also lost a sense that frankly it was ours, you know? It was something that we could do as well. But maybe we were taught by somebody else really you can do it. It's not a world that I want to be a part of. We think about this very dynamic and AI policy, and so many decisions about what's happening in the world today. That's why I love the word Amazon. We've never really thought about this word, and sometimes we use it in a deprecating way. There are professionals and amateurs. Where amateur comes from a root that means to love. It means to create not because of station or commission or mandate. We make things because we love. We love the idea. We love a style. We love something that sticks with us. And maybe more importantly, we love each other. We love the people we're with. We create to fit ourselves with others and to carry from the moment and experience and do something. Now, I know techno-optimists, for those in the room that know me, but I'm very much an optimist. And I have one question. People are building this incredible set of tools, and they're seeing this slight possibility today. Artists who have brought them to engage and create their process. What would happen if we as amateurs, starting from a place of love, could use these to bring ourselves back into the world of creativity? If we could feel our ownership, our agency, a sense that the world is ours to create, to feel about, to write about, to build. Because when that parent, that school teacher, that teacher, that poet, that student, that young person, so I can create. I may not have the technical skills, and here I can give that to you, but I have a vision of what I want to see happen in this world. And if every one of us could be a part of that, we could create future creativity. I want to thank you for being interested. This has been wonderful, wonderful joys that I get to do in my work, but with so many friends also, it's not really a secret. I hate to make you notice. But we have this little celebration. A celebration of the artists that are on stage in this community, but also the world of village and what we will do together. Thank you all so much. I'm glad to have an incredible set of folks coming up to take us out of the teaching outdoors and hopefully continue this conversation. Thank you all so much.
To conclude, the second annual Shared Futures AI Forum, please welcome performance artist and vertical and community designer at McGovern Foundation, Katie Weston.
So I would like to start with a question to you, Jim. My question is, what is a village?
A village is an organism of belonging.
A village is a place where you are truly and deeply known.
A village is a place where everyone knows your name.
Cheers to that. A village is a place where you can dance and express and be seen.
A village is a system of intelligence.
A village is a system of intelligence. It's so many more things. Really love to just talk for now. Sarah, what does a village mean to you? I hear aunties. I love that. Love, culture, friendship, community, food, incredible. Yes, life. Pasta, incredible. Yes, a village is all of these things and so much more. And among all these things, the village is also a vehicle to a shared future. It's a commitment to a shared future.
In our shared present, it's obvious to all of us that our village has recently gotten a whole lot bigger. We share this village with a whole world of machines and technology. And today, in our life right now, is all about how to embrace that part of our village as it is. And part of that is really remembering our essence of humans in this village.
And in that essence, we spent a lot of time engaging with technology, with machines, with all these innovations. And for the next couple of time, we're going to engage with the oldest human technology that is storytelling. And so, a village among all these things is also a mirror. And David and I spent a lot of time practicing how to be a mirror for beautiful collections of beings like yourselves. And what we're going to do together. And so, in a couple of moments, we're going to ask if you want to raise your hand. And we're going to ask you to think about what feels present for you in this moment here. Before we can think about building a shared future together, we need to understand how we can see each other in this room, the experiences we're going through, the stories that we're bringing into that future together. And so we're going to give you an example of how to do that.
So I'm here, I feel something like hi, I'm Jane, and I'm here with you all in this fast-paced environment, talking about the future and all these exciting things, and I'm also mourning the loss of my dog a couple weeks ago. And so I'm holding the fast-paced environment here and also the grief that wants to be slow
Or, as another example, I'm okay. Something I'm holding is literature in New York, the New York New York. Incredible run and win. The whole city has been so much jubilee and so sad about that. And as an individual, as a human, I think amongst all these conversations, I'm also asking myself, what does it mean to be a human being? What's that going to mean in 20 years and 50 years and 100 years, even after I'm gone? So those are a couple of examples. And so what I would love for you to do, what we would love, is just to take 15 seconds, maybe you can have a soft game, and just take stock of the things that are happening in your world. It can be things you heard today at this conference. It can be things that happened before you arrived. Or maybe big picture, big letter questions that you ask yourself as a human being. And take a couple seconds, let's stop. And with that taking of stock, I would like to know, for any volunteers, if you raise your hand, there's someone with a microphone who will come to you. Doesn't have to be anything big, but, as a young kid can take 30 seconds. We'd like to share what's taken out to you.
Yeah, will you tell us your name? Yes, my name is Aya.
Aya.
And I am from the People's Theater. I think what is closest for me right now is actually where I live is on my mark. So I went to college. Met a student from Deepen conference, and then just last night on 41st Street, I ran into friends from college that I haven't seen in 18 years. Completely unplanned. And I am also in a season of trying to do one thing at a time. In this kind of fast-paced future that is coming.
How did you see it?
I did. It is.
Thank you very much. So, as I said, I've been with Amir, and I've got to speak some more about food. And so, as we like to say in practice, let's go. Remember what it was like to walk with 13? When you were young, and you would spend all of your time running through all of the fields and the glades and feeling the sun burn down. But there was a connection here to the earth. When you were 2 years old, and 2 years old became 3, 3 years old became 5, 5 became 7, and at some point they actually put on shoes. And as you walk through the world, the connection between you and the ground, you and your path begin to dissipate because you begin to collect more and more and more experiences, and 7 becomes 14, and 14 becomes 20, and you have a memory. You have an experience of what it was like to walk in the dirt. And maybe the dirt is no longer a dirt spot, but it is now a farm field. And you're feeling yourself in your own identity with one of the best basketball teams in the history of basketball. And you are celebrating, and you are making new friends, and you are learning what it means to blossom again. Because what is a university, a college, but a promise of a belief, a promise of a future, a promise of a potential. And then you graduate. And you're like, get into the real world, go make money, go make something of yourself. And you take more steps throughout that world. And maybe the shoes become actual heels, maybe the stilettos, maybe all of the pressures of the world that lie on your shoulders. And as you build your career, and as you go through time, all of those steps that you took to get to this place begin to fade. And so you're on a New York City street. And you turn a corner, and you see someone that you haven't seen for 16, 17, 18 years. And once again, you are 18. And you are thinking about all those times when you were on the cloud, when you were believing in philosophy and liberal arts and creative arts and all of the possibilities that the world could be. So I sit on my heel, on my toe, and I look at the path that I have walked. So all of the years, all of the decades, all of the steps from the dirt field to the tar field to the New York field. And I say thank you to these troops. Thank you to all the people who have brought me on this journey. And may I carry this path and this beauty Does that strike you?
I'm Kelsey. And as a designer, I can be equally as excited and expanded by what's possible with this technology. And I can also be curious about, is this a collaborator that more people will choose to co-create with than each other? And what does that feel like, and what does that mean? Especially as someone who lived for the art critique, when I was in the studio 25 students, and like having my identity and just like more art about it than me. Yeah, that's a story to me. What kind of design did you do? That was McGovern Foundation. Is there any fear in culturalism? Okay. I think I'm holding both. I've been building something. It's really beautiful. I took one strand of my heart and spinning, and I placed it down. And then I took both threads out of my being, and I placed them down, and I started to weave. I'm building something. And as time went on, I watched it begin to animate. Its life, its heartbeat on its own. I'm building something. And then I breathed life into it. I watched it get a little bit bigger. And like a proud parent, I started to watch it go on its own journey and interact with other people on building something. And when you're a parent, you don't know what the thing you give life to, the being you give life to, will do when you are no longer around. I'm building something, and now what I'm building can stare me in the eyes. And I can say, I made you, and I can say, and I can say, and I can say, and I can hold, and I can look up, and all the time, the thing that I built is a little bit bigger than me, and it's a little bit scary, and it's a little bit taller, and it's a little bit stronger, and sometimes I wonder, what have I built? All of a sudden, I get to see the maker behind what he made. And the thing that I built seems to bring all these people wonder and joy, but I say, what about the human? What about the heart that gave itself to create this thing? I'm building something, and sometimes I wonder what the future is going to be, and what my creation and what my relation to my creation is going to be. I'm building something, but every day I'm also building my sense of capacity. I'm building my sense of belief. I'm building my sense of curiosity. I'm building my sense of resilience, because we build on the outside, but we also build here, in these parts, in these stones, in these crusts, in these cells. I'm building something. And I don't know where it's going to go. But I can just trust that with these hands, I have captured so much. And sometimes the things that I hands need to touch the most. Hola, soy Mario. Hola, ¿qué tal? Mientras, proyectos como Mario que nunca entiendo. I am an explorer. I'm gaining that inspiration from many people that are here and the friends that I can work with as well.
working at Tucker Session as a player. And as a story, I would use agency, self-confidence related to presence and showing up. So I'm grateful that to show up here because I am every day. And by showing up for this agency and self-confidence, I can use these tools to bring in ideas like working on activities. And so to show up and purpose and remember. To explore means to be open. It means to be curious. Ask for help. To explore means to ask questions, to be outside yourself, outside of your experience, and to open to everything that is in the world, because we are here in New York City. I am here in New York City, living in New York, but it's not a sport. Of people who decided to traverse waters and lands and earth just to be in this place. So sometimes serve coffee, but also coffee comes from another land, another place, to be built from the ground, by all these beautiful and dirt-hot homes that place it onto the truck, that place it onto a plane, that puts it into the grinder, that place it into the hand, that gives it back to the heart, and I am an explorer. I want to ask questions. I want to know where this world is going. And sometimes to explore means to hibernate, to be in the harbor, to watch the choppy waters from the center of the dock. But the ship is built not to the dock, but to the water itself. To be out into the distance, to know that you don't know what's on the other side of the horizon. It could be a person, maybe a person on the stage looking at you directly in your eyes and saying that all of your exploration and curiosity led to this moment here. I am an explorer. And to explore means to not know what's coming next. So that's the beauty of it. To look at the horizon and to say, that's where I'm going to be. That's what I'm going to be. All right, so we got a little closing here. And in this final closing, we're just going to do a little open forum grab bag. So we're just going to have people put popcorn out. Just think about in this conference, what are you taking away? It could be an idea, it could be a phrase, and the more specific and weird we can get, the better it's going to be. And so I'd love to popcorn out. What are you taking away from our shared future?
The need to reflect.
The need to reflect.
Curiosity. Joy.
Joy.
Agency.
Before getting some of the really specific and real weird.
Energy.
Where do you want to
AEIOU.
AEIOU. Combat Nexus? Torment Nexus.
Very funky socks.
Very funky socks. Okay. There you go. Okay. Amazing. All right. So I'm literally, none of this has been pre-planned with him. It's all happening right here in the moment. And even the words I'm about to say, I'm not saying out loud, so I'm saying it out loud, which is, at some point I would love a beat. And looking to it, I want something like, think like still gray, 90s G-Funk West Coast, 90 to 95 BPM kind of beat. That's the kind of beat that I want. I was just and I think that's my request. So we'll wait the one. Okay. All right. Shared futures. If I were, doing some kind of I might talk about something like heuristics and people thinking about deep tabulation and people
really